What the hell? Yo, dude, that sounds like shit.
That's the national anthem of Poland.
Why are you fucking playing the shittiest version of the national anthem of Poland ever?
Because it's coming through my phone, but it's the best I can do to not have to deal with this.
It's
in a
like
direct
going
feed
burr,
manner.
burr, burr, burr.
Well, because I don't want to play it as a direct feed, because that would be way too many problems. Anyway,
Yeah,
I would just
that would be its own issue. Yeah,
I would
Yeah,
just like
I
to
see what you-
congratulate Poland for everything, and
not
yeah.
that thing or the other thing,
but
this thing.
recent accomplishments and achievements. I feel the need to highlight that Poland is doing great.
All I can think of when I look at Lidia, what's her last name?
Lydia?
Is it Sobieska?
I don't know how. I mean, look, I'm gonna take my best shot at it, but I see Sobieska.
Okay, so Lydia Kowalski,
I'm gonna say Sobieska.
Prime Minister of Poland, in Tekken 7. My first thought is, cool. This is almost Guilty Gear-ish, like almost like Chip showing up as like, I'm the president, and like in the Tekken universe, the president of Poland says, I'm gonna join the King of Iron Fist. God damn it.
Yes.
But my second thought is, I guess Poland doesn't have a national martial art.
So that was an observation that a couple of people pointed out, is that it seems like they don't actually have a thing that is like developed historically that can be represented. And in the end, I guess that means we're going to have to deal with guns out, low down, gi top, wrapped around the waist, badass look. Oops, oh yeah. Well.
And what's our Polish president doing? That's some fucking straight up karate. Just the classicest, most basic, straightforward, straight punch to the chest karate around.
Inspired by Rika Usami, it would seem, as a recent winner of the Olympics in 2012. Of just like doing karate katas and poses and power stances that are very much reminiscent. So it looks very much like she's gonna be the new inspiration for a couple of badasses in fighting games, which is always cool. I mean, everybody we've talked about how for a long time there's a Bruce Lee in every fighting game franchise.
It's
right?
mandatory.
It is required. Every single major franchise has to have a high-pitched, either nunchucks or dragon kicking, what-ah type character. It's a thing.
Mandatory.
Now, what I also touched on is that like there's a couple of characters over the years that have been inspired by real people. The most obvious being, I'd say, Mas Oyama, being Ryu.
Yep.
Founder of Kyokugen Karate. He's the big, heavy,
dude's got a build you don't usually see on even Japanese athletes. He's like super like wide in the shoulders, and he's like a triangle going down. Dude was ripped.
So that represents the power and strength of like reuse, like just build type. And then you get your obviously your Tyson references, but I think it would be remiss to ignore the judo champion from years ago, Ryoko Tani, who inspired Ryoko from World Heroes and Ryoko from Fighter's History, who are different characters.
That's
entirely,
pretty direct.
but they're both grappling judoka girls with a little ponytail side tie and everything. Yeah, they didn't even fuck around with that. They're like, nah, her name's Ryoko, she does judo, and she does giant spinning out of the screen drops and shit like that. And with this new Tekken character, there's points in the video where even though like you can like look at the footage and she won in like 2012 and such, there's moments where you're seeing that Makoto standing medium punch double fist.
Yeah.
Like standard attack, and you're just like, man, like real inspiration is always the best for this stuff. It's so much fun to go back and find the exact frame where they took that attack from, or that stance, or that anything. I don't know if you saw the Art Eater thread where they traced the Elena rotoscope sources.
I saw that.
Incredible.
It's like just some ancient shit from the 80s. Just like, look at this lady dance around. Oh, I want to put that into my thing.
Into Street Fighter.
Why don't I just trace it?
Yeah, it was really like fucking magical to see the little win pose where you're like, why? It's just Elena putting her hands on her lap and leaning forward. That's all it is. But why is
so
it
much work?
So high detailed. Yeah, so much frames. So much.
Why
everything.
So much work put into this bread?
And it turns out it's like, because like, yeah, they rotoscoped that dancing lady, so very cool on that.
Familiar with the animation term bumping the lamp?
No.
So Roger Rabbit, if you go Who Framed Roger Rabbit, that is, if you go back and watch that now, the level of 2D insertion into live action footage is to date still like completely untouchable. Like Space Jam and every Cool World, like they all look like complete trash compared to it. And half of that is Bob Hoskins being like unnaturally talented at being able to fixate on shit that isn't there, particularly in the 80s when that shit was brand new. And the second thing is that the animation team on that, for whatever reason, decided to go super, super fucking crazy hard, like no one has ever gone before. There's a scene about halfway through Roger Rabbit where Bob Hoskins has got Roger, and he walks into a room, and they bump into a lamp falling from the side of and the lamp starts to swing, and it's a dark room, and so him and Roger and a woman that's in the scene are being lit by the lamp evenly, and it's the whole scene. They keep hitting the lamp to justify the lighting, and it's stupid. It's like it's like 5 scenes worth of work for 30 seconds. And they said, no, we're gonna do it, and we're gonna make it the nicest we've ever made it, and no one will ever be able to touch this shit. And moments like that make me think of this, like the Yakuza 7's bread. It's the most graphically impressive thing in the whole game by a country mile, and it doesn't need to be there. It's like a 2-second shot of a guy eating bread. Yeah.
No, there's like, honestly, so I learned back in the college days that there's 2 kinds of artists out there. Well, there's many kinds, but there's 2 kinds that come to mind with this type of thing. When it comes to handling lighting, right? There's 2 ways to become a master at it. You can either go the route where you learn it mathematically, you learn the angles, you learn every triangulation point and how it affects everything on the curvature of this ball as you sketch and you use your Conte to make the ball look as round as possible.
The kind of person that would use like the Photoshop like color tool to make sure they're accurate.
I mean, I'm talking traditional, like no, not even
Oh,
Photoshop. I just mean like
okay.
you're doing this on by hand. And then you have those who just like have that feeling for like brain to hand to eyeball to brain conversion to hand is just a seamless process, and they just understand how to what my teacher would call paint with light, right? And like bring figures out by literally like painting the light out of the nothingness and then putting a figure inside of that light, you know?
So yeah, their brain is just doing all the fancy math for them.
It's different, like literally just built different. And you can see like examples of like they'll take a figure and it'll be like amazingly lit as they sketch upwards until they finalize the form, and each form of it, like it's almost like looking at a low poly 3D model becoming higher and higher fidelity, but like even in its lowest poly form, the lighting is perfect on the flat angles of what they're putting down on the page, you know? So yeah, that bumping the lamp thing is a perfect example of exactly that. And then there's the third type of artist who just wants to see the world burn, who draws a circle and then puts a flat gradient from top to bottom, and everyone who learned how to draw a ball just dies. Inside.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
I learned how to use little bits and pieces of Photoshop this week, and I'm already thinking about cutting corners. Just cut every corner. Just I could sit here for 2 hours and use the lasso tool per pixel to just perfectly remove this thing out of the scene. Or some of the background could just be
or you just leave it in there. Oh yeah,
just leave it in there. It makes it look, it gives it character.
No need to clean that up. Don't worry about
it.
No one's gonna notice. You know.
Yeah.
Don't ever zoom in for like a fidelity on your selections. By the way, just eyeball it, wing it from a distance. So there's a unique feeling that comes with. Okay. When you work with a bunch over the years, worked with a bunch of artists on title cards and cool animations for the LPs and things like that, and you always want the highest quality PSD file to make a thumbnail. So everyone will usually put together their art into like a nice little package and then send it over. And some people send over files where you open it up and it is a beautiful folder structured collection where every layer is perfectly subsectioned into places that it should be. And some people send you just layer chaos where it's just infinite things with no rhyme or reason, and they're all named layer 0 copy, layer 0 copy, layer 0 copies in brackets 1, and it's like, dear God, man, like you don't have to go OCD with it, but
let me ask you a question. How many different files have you used in your life that are variations of the following names? Blank final 2, blank final, blank final ready to send, blank final ready to send edit. And they're all just sitting next to each other.
All of them. And the final version is copy of blank final.
Yeah. Or my personal favorite, blank final ready to send edit to bracket 1 bracket, because you downloaded it twice into the same folder for some reason.
Yeah. So I don't need to expose any of these artist friends. I don't think that's necessary, but some of them are out there fucking just living in a chaotic trash fire of layers, but others have been ridiculously organized and meticulous, and you know who you are. If you sent me a file that was like perfectly set up, God bless.
I have to say, I got fed up over this past week with, I just want, that cutout of my head where I'm making that silly face? I'm like sitting there and I'm like, I literally just want to slap that onto an image.
Mm-hmm.
But Paint doesn't let you do that with transparencies, and Photoshop has always irked me, and I never really learned how to use Photoshop in any context. So I asked a friend of mine, Justinian Knight, who's a talented artist and he does most of my layout stuff. I'm like, dude, can you just teach me how to do this like one thing? And then later it was like, can you teach me how to cut out a thing so I can meme it up on other stuff?
Mm-hmm.
And that's, I don't know, that was like 2 hours, right? Not the
Yeah,
not the end of the
give or take.
world. It was
Sure.
he was very helpful. Thank you again, Justinian Knight. He also streams. You should check him out. Good artist, good video games. But it gave me an infinitely grander appreciation because I had always heard, but there's really something about running into issues with a physical machine or what have you, and then a purely digital one in which Photoshop got me to say, just thank you, by the way. Thank you, Paige, for water. Not that. But it got me to say, fuck, why won't you work like a normal program? Why won't you just open this like in the normal fucking window when I put it here? Why do I have to use this fucking ass backwards shortcut to undo? Why the fuck is it like this? Holy fucking shit. I fucking hate Photoshop so much. I hate it.
Which version are you using?
Some version.
Okay. Well, yeah, sure. You just kind of learn, honestly, to live with the abusive relationship that is Adobe. I feel that like there's times when you can break away successfully, and there's other times where it just keeps pulling you back. Yeah, those little things that you're discussing, you just find a way to like just go, okay, don't do it that way, you know. I mean, if you're working on multiple layered files or you're doing something, for example, if you're reconstructing Guilty Gear backgrounds layer element by layer element,
if you
for a particular shot,
if you're doing that for some reason,
and you need to have each of these sprites that were ripped in separate layers, and you want to bring them all into the same thing, well, you gotta just realize that sometimes you can simply, you know, drag and drop those layers over into a master file. Other times, depending on whether or not they share the same type of color index or color format, you can't do that at all. Sometimes the transparencies are not set up the same way, so they're just not compatible. Sometimes you just got to do Control A, Control C, Control V's. It's just a whole lot of learning to live with it. And eventually, by using it more often, those little problems, you just go, you roll your eyes at them and you move around them, and then you get better at, you know. It's when a car breaks down, but you know exactly how to keep it going because it's your car that you've been using for years.
You kick the left tire, and then you spin the wheel to the left, and then you say a Hail Mary, and then it turns back on.
The old TV in the podcast room wouldn't turn on, and then you grabbed the remote and fucking slammed it on the desk in the exact way that then caused it to work and turn the TV on. And it's like,
I completely forgot about that.
Yeah, you have to know this thing in this way to get this result out of it.
Pat, I think the podcast TV's broken. Nah, it's fine. And I just grabbed it from you. Bang! Pressed it once, immediately turned on.
There you go. So
it's just the remote. The remote's a piece of shit.
Yeah. Anyway, in the end, you'll the more you do this, the more you will learn, the more you'll suffer. But you know, this is what people have been going through for a long time now. So I'm glad you can appreciate some of that.
I hate it. I hate it. That's my takeaway from using Photoshop is I'll still cut my memes out so I can slap my meme head on things. But man, learning how to be a Photoshop art person seems miserable. Just
It's not
miserable.
rewarding. It's certainly not rewarding.
I didn't feel rewarded.
No.
I felt like I wanted to do a really simple thing, and it became a complicated thing. So learning the complicated thing didn't reward me because the whole time I'm thinking like, this should be simple.
So the thing is that fortunately the only, I guess, like light at the end of the tunnel is that depending on what you need to do, there can and will be other programs out there for you. So Photoshop for a long time has been like just like kind of going as the end all be all, you know, for any sort of like digital image making. But like if you are someone who's going to go get in there and start using, you know, like a tablet to start drawing and start gesturing and doing things that are like not necessarily about like selections and editing, then you can just jump into like a fucking Corel Painter or a bunch of other, or, you know, PaintNet or a bunch of other programs that like are more for that than for like photo editing, you know.
PaintNet was its own. PaintNet does not like my computer for whatever reason. That was where I went first.
Clip Studio.
Boy,
there you go. Yeah, it's the free one, so that's where a lot of you people go first. Every computer at work had PaintNet on it. I remember because like they sometimes you needed to do slightly more than a Windows Paint style job for putting photoshopped screenshots of bugs into you know a database, and you know, Paint.net was the tool. It'll do what you need it to do if you don't have Photoshop, but there's a lot about it I just find cumbersome for no reason.
Yeah, I had the situation where I'm like, I just want to stick my head on stuff. What do I use? And I was recommended GIMP. GIMP does not like my computer. I was recommended Paint.net. Paint.net's lasso tool made me feel like a crazy person. So then I asked a proper artist friend of mine for advice, who was just DNA Knight, and he's like, well, I know how to use Photoshop. I can just teach you how to use Photoshop. And I'm like, okay, fine. We'll use Photoshop. It'll work. And it did. But also I hate it.
You know, it's kind of funny. I hate it. Because of all the things Microsoft does to try and get you desperately to use its platforms, if it added layers to MS Paint, I
would never use anything other than like, MS Paint.
They would cut a swath into the casual Photoshop market.
If layers and transparency worked in just regular ass Paint, that'd be like the end of the world for fucking Adobe.
Oh my god, open canvas. Yeah, that was an era. That was definitely an era. And now whenever I see Paint Tool Sigh, I hear it in Eli's Paint Tool Sigh. I hear it in his voice, because that's what he would always use and talk about whenever he was doing his work. Yeah, there's a lot of alternatives that have come about, thankfully. But you know, once upon a time it was just like Photoshop 7, CS2, or get the fuck out of my face. And anything in between was just a waste of your goddamn time.
Well, that was I mean, I learned something. I feel like it was of no value. Usually when you learn how to do something, you're like, yeah, I did it. And this one, it was like, eh. But oh well. Regardless of that, we're doing a podcast here.
There was also
we ought to get to some. Oh sorry.
Yes, we will. I was just thinking. I was remembering the era of manga tool creators, where it was like specific small editors that came with preset dot tone patterns and hatching patterns and things like that for your for your instant manga pages, you know, and that lasted like a solid like 4 years before those all kind of went away, I think. Anyway, podcasting, yes.
Yeah, what's up?
I don't know. I had a couple.
Hey, what's up, podcast co-host?
I did a couple things this week of note. One of which is I spent a lot of time playing Slay the Spire.
All right.
So, I can form an opinion on it.
Well, the fact that you played it a bunch, I assume you liked it at least a little.
Yes, it's very good. And I played it on Steam for maybe 1 or 2 runs, and then I immediately went and looked and saw it was on my phone, and then I just grabbed the mobile version and did a bunch of that.
Yep.
Because it's easy to do.
Yeah, that just came out too.
Did it? Oh, okay. Well, perfect timing.
Yeah, it came out a month ago.
Because I played it on Steam, and I was like, this is so basic. This has to be already on phones. And I went to look, and there it was. And I'm like, yeah, it's such a visually simple and basic thing. So that was cool. Yeah, so definitely the structure of everything about Fights in Tight Spaces is coming hard at where the basis that Slay the Spire.
It feels like the Fatal Fury to Slay the Spire's Street Fighter.
However, my what I suspected is definitely true. It is a very different game once you incorporate the grid and the isometric tactical movement into play, right? Movement cards are a very, very important and different dynamic versus Slay the Spire, which is attacks, defense, and status, or spells or things like that. And as a result, you can kind of mindlessly do runs of Slay the Spire fairly quickly and get used to patterns and see certain types of card upgrades and spell and potions you want to go for. But it's really fun. You pick your paths and just make your way through them. I feel like Fights in Tight Spaces, because of the movement element, it requires I have to stop and think a little bit more about each step and each positioning. Because at the end of this attack, it's not just about how much damage I did, but it's where I ended up, where the enemy ended up, and what's going to be incoming and what I'm vulnerable to based on where I'm standing afterwards. So the positioning and the movement adds a lot. It adds a lot to the game. And yes, I did not play Metal Gear Acid. This is true. So,
and also Slay the Spire's presentation is kind of trashy.
Yeah, it's
like Fights in Tight Spaces looks good.
Slay the Spire is a couple of quick Photoshop drawings and things slapped together. They weren't going for anything.
Speaking of learning to use Photoshop,
yeah. But that being said, I still found it a pretty addictive game, and the fact that it's on my phone means if I want to kill a minute or two, but I don't feel like running Tekken for a moment, I can jump in for that and do a quick run. Unfortunately, it uses there's certain iOS games that I think it's depending on, I don't know what it is, but some of them take over the sound in a way that doesn't allow you to background a podcast or anything else. And that shit is really frustrating. If I can't listen to something while I'm playing Tekken or whatever, then I'm just going to kind of not bother. I'm going to, go do something else. But I want to be able to multitask and Slay the Spire takes over the audio, and it's not that great musically to begin with. It's all right. It's doing okay things, but that ends up being a problem. YouTube runs, but other browser-based things don't. So yeah, blah. But in the end, late to the party on that. But I get sure, I get it. And I've had some really cool runs, some cool moments where I develop an exploitative strategy where it's okay, you have a perfected strike which does an incredible amount of damage depending on the number of other attack cards in your hand. But then you can play right before that a card that will do ×2 of whatever you're about to play.
Yeah.
And then immediately after, you can play a card that lets you take something from your discard pile and put it back into your draw pile. So you can just rinse and repeat this damage loop over and over and things like that. So, yeah, it's,
Did you get to play as the robot?
I unlocked the second playable character, but like I didn't use it yet because I was still getting the basics down.
The second and third characters are increasing orders of complexity.
Okay.
The second character has a poison mechanic that their whole kit is based around, and the third character is a robot that has like floating options around them, and their cards will add more options to the start of the line, and you'll have cards that do shit like play the last 2 options that are floating around your character for this effect. And it's really like, I got to the third one and was just like eyes rolling back in my head, confused. And there is apparently a fourth character I'm now seeing that I don't even know what it does.
Someone said it's busted. I was surprised with how generous the game was with those bonfires. Every couple of rooms, you get to sit down and either upgrade a card for free or heal back a third of your life. And that was wildly generous compared to like Fights in Tight Spaces, where every like maybe 2 or 3 times per entire map, you can go to either an upgrade room or a hospital to heal up. You can't, and so you make the same choice, but like you're spending money to do that, whereas here you get that free upgrade, and then there's shops littered along the way as well. So it does actually it helps you out a lot more than like forcing you to spend your money like Tight Spaces does, I find. Yeah. Anyway, so that's Slay the Spire is good.
There's a whole subgenre of that exact type of game. Like there's also like, oh god, I have a whole list of them here. Like there's Monster Train, which is like it's not a follow-up, but it's the progression for you, the player, to continue keep going. So, oh man, there's so many of these.
I decided to play it for the comparison point, and then like in the end, I would want to sit down and do more of Tight Spaces, but the fact that Spire is on my phone, like,
meant that you ended up playing more of that.
Yeah, because I'm sitting there in bed, just like,
It's a genre that I kind of like. I remember lambasting handheld people when they talked about this for shit like Monster Hunter, but for card games specifically, like, man, your phone is where that lives. And it's, a lot of that's because the interface.
There's no reason not to.
Moving the card with your finger is more natural than moving the card with your mouse.
Exactly. So that was some of my time. The second thing I would bring up is completed Arkham Asylum.
Hey.
So
how about that final boss?
Man.
That's exactly the fucking response I wanted. Oh, man.
So what I heard about the boss fights being rough, what I expected was a charcuterie plate of meats I would not be interested in and stale cheeses.
Nope, you get this one ugly ham in various flavors.
I did not expect the same fucking cut to sit there and come back, and this time it's got a fucking slice of pineapple on it. Now there's 2. Now there's ads. And the whole thing is Bane's. Banes from beginning to end, Banes all the way down. And just when you thought it was over, spoiler alert, here comes Joke Bane. And he's gonna bulk up and he's gonna... Oh, I sure hope I don't have to dodge out of the way and throw a batarang at him while he runs.
It's like... It's not just that they're all the same, and it's not just that they're bad. It's that they, like, are... Every single one is worse than the last one. And the final boss is the single worst moment in the entire game.
Yeah, I would say so. You want to, like, if I wanted to give it the benefit of the doubt, you would like say, oh, well, it's more so that the big guy is just a second enemy type. But every time they whip it out at you, it's a boss encounter with boss music and boss things happening. You know, it's not like they just come into the normal fights. You specifically have the same type of I can't lock onto you moment, except now with ads that you can lock onto. Fucking oh my god!
You ever encounter these dirtbags that just like write these articles that go like, well, boss fights are terrible. How should we deal with boss fights?
Exactly.
And it's like, yeah,
obsolete.
maybe you learned this by playing games with boss fights that were complete trash. Maybe that's how you learned that.
Meanwhile, I'm booting up Sekiro, and I see that a new update.
Oh,
to the game,
yeah!
A new update to the game is go fight bosses in a boss memory mode. And you go to that menu, and it's just a list of all of them. And I'm like, bitch, you could put me on the start screen and have me press new game and drop me on this menu, and I will spend the money. Money well spent.
Yeah.
Just line them all up and pick a one boss after another, and I would have a fucking great time with it. In fact, didn't I hear that that's kind of what Mortal Shell is going for?
Mortal Shell is super weird. No, Mortal Shell is not going for that, but there are a lot of boss fights, even in the short amount of time that I played. Like, to earn each new weapon, you have to defeat the boss using that weapon, kind of thing.
Okay.
Mortal Shell is like
an
an experimental Eurojank, small Souls game. Like, there's 4 areas.
Okay. Yeah, well, either way, like, the complete opposite effect, where, like, in fucking Sekiro, I'm just like, man, feed me these boss fights. I can't get to them fast enough. And, like, I'm doing the extra steps to, like, exhaust all the rice and then get the persimmons and then take him to the lady and get the rice for Kuro and eat the ball and get the branch and take the branch. And I'm, like, just kind of like, oh my, just, all right. And then you get to the fucking, like, the final owl fight, and it's just
I saw your face.
Fucking thing.
Oh, man.
And it just, like, all the struggle up to that point, like, he beats the fuck out of me, and I'm like, okay. And, like, each loss just erases all the fucking annoying steps I was taking to get there because of how fucking good the fight is.
How many of the final bosses have you gone through? And you said you beat Emma and the what's his name? I forgot his name. The old guy.
So I didn't beat Genichiro, but I beat okay. I did.
You got the bad ending. You got the Shura ending.
But I didn't. I started it originally back in 2019.
Okay.
So I beat Emma, and then back to back immediately after Emma comes Ishin,
the old man. Ishin,
right?
Yeah.
And then I didn't beat Ishin, right?
Oh yeah. Okay.
And then that's when the hiatus started, and then I came back, and then I switched over to fighting the owl.
Yeah, okay.
So I fought Owl, then I fought Divine Dragon, and then it turned out that the Divine Dragon was the point of no return for getting the good ending variants. So then I reloaded the save file to before the Divine Dragon, and then went back and did the fucking Emma branch shit, and then went to fight Owl again. And then on the way, you got to do Juzo again, the drunkard, and you know. And I was like, okay, well, this is sure, you know, but and then there's a couple of new optional ones that happen after you do Divine Dragon a second time, or right after you do Divine Dragon, and then like a bunch of like now improved basic enemies exist, you know, like the
the world state change.
The world state change, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
there are 2 in there. One's just straight up optional, and you don't have to do it. That you're really gonna want to see.
Okay.
You're gonna want to take out the optional in Genichiro for sure.
I did already go into 3. I already did fight 3 of the world state change bosses, that were cool. And then like right before we wrapped up on the last like preload session, I saw the 2 spear guys, and I was like, oh, okay. It just, again, the steps. This is FromSoft at its most obtuse. I've repeated it for the last couple of weeks, and
it's
brutal. But
I was on stream, like sitting there with a guide open, talking to people, going, where do I for this? Like, it's the worst one with that shit by far.
Fortunately, the boss fights are super incredible, and you know, dare I say, like, almost worth it. But I'm gonna go down putting this game, like we still have to wrap it up, you know, ultimately. But I realized that, like, I'm gonna go down with this game as a, like, it's divisive, but not in the sense that people either love it or hate it. It's divisive internally to me, because I literally love and hate it at the same time.
Well, it's I mean, it's still using the Souls formula, obviously. It's just focused in different ways. Like the core combat with the sword and parrying and the boss fights are substantially improved, and everything else is worse. Your choices in your character, exploration, like items, like, you know, it's all way worse. So yeah, no, that game really does like well with a boss rush mode, because you get to skip all the stuff that wasn't quite as good as any of the other games they made, and get to the parts that are just definingly incredible.
They also tried to do something different by replacing the corpse run with dragon rot, but like, and then losing some money and some XP as well, just permanently. But like, it didn't really pan out in the same way. Like, it didn't.
I didn't encounter dragon rot like almost at all, because I managed to get enough of the items.
But it didn't matter.
That
it didn't do anything.
But I don't even know that, because it was so easy to just avoid it entirely.
Yeah. So no, we had the guide open, and interestingly, everyone was actually kind of yelling that you figured all of this out on your own during your run. So hearing you say that you actually had the guide open there with you too is different from what I was told. You know.
What do you? Oh no, I did not. There's you talking the ending stuff?
Yeah, everyone was kind of implying that.
Oh my god, fuck no. Oh Jesus. Like, I'm sitting there going, wait, I have to go back and talk to the child at the mountain, but I went and talked to them and they didn't say anything new. Why didn't they say
Yep. Eavesdrop. You didn't eavesdrop. Now, she
teleported.
Where'd she teleport to? Did she go back to the old sculptor? Nope. Where'd she go? Where'd she go? You got to go find her. She's at the graveyard. But then the other girl teleported. Where'd she go? Did she go to the... No, she went to the light where the monkey fight was. She went back to the monkey fight area. Yeah.
And the way that it's structured is like, it is so dangerous to zap point to point to get to these areas. Like, eavesdropping, like, go back to the top of the castle. Like, fuck! The top of the castle's a shit show right now.
And they lock off all the idle points too. So you have to re-unlock them towards that point in the game as well. But it just and I think that some of that comes from the desire to like gotcha people who have been playing FromSoft games for the last 10 years.
That and
the desire to one up what they've done in the past.
It almost feels like a replay value thing, but it's like I don't think changing the last 2% of the game only is actually increasing replay value.
Exactly.
It's just increasing frustration when you have to
save
replay
foibles.
an entire game or save manipulator or what have you.
And the more obtuse those final steps became between fetching the persimmons, going to the graveyard, where'd she teleport, get the use all the rice, how much rice, don't worry about it, she'll start coughing and that's when you'll know. That was
the worst part.
Like all of those,
using the rice to get her to do the shit. Like
it's an amazing consumable item. Therefore, when should you use it? When you're in fucking trouble. No, but you keep getting them for free. Okay, but I tend to not use these consumables in this way. Yeah, well, you're wrong to do that. You should have been using the rice all the time so that she would naturally hit the point of saying, uh-oh, I'm getting sick, and then you get the cough naturally. That's your own fucking... Like, no. Not
even the game wants you to do that, because the game lies to you. Because the game gives you those fucking power-up candies throughout the game, and then you get to the fucking final area, and there are fucking mini-bosses that give you, like, infinite use versions of those candies.
Yeah. So,
and it's like, if you had even hinted that was the case, yeah, maybe I would have used these fucking things.
And each level of, like, obtuseness that went up, the less I cared about why I was doing this. The less I cared about the end result, which God bless it. Min says it's worth it. I'm going with what he says and we're doing it. But I just got so much less interested in the whys as these steps all stretched the Simpsons couch gag further and further into the distance,
Oh, the final boss of like the one you're headed towards, which I would call like the final boss that is like the one most people get, the normal one, is like one of the best boss fights I think I've ever played. Like it's fucking incredible.
I believe it.
But like, and thank goodness it's super hard, because you end up spending about as much time fighting the boss as you do juggling all the nonsense there is to unlock the other ones. Like getting the owl fight fucking sucks. The owl fight itself, incredible. But actually getting the fight is... Like, I'm looking at it, it's like, there's no way anyone's going to stumble on this by accident.
Yeah.
Or in the natural course.
And, like, go to the alternate past and go back to this room, after this whole thing.
Like, why? Why?
And that, all of this kind of brings my... So, we're kind of... I don't want to just rehash what I've been saying for the last 2 weeks, but what I did kind of start thinking about is... the fact that we live in a society.
We do live in a society. George Costanza said it in like 1993.
Where actors can ad-lib lines that don't actually make it into the final cut, which I'm hearing is actually pretty good, by the way. Some people are saying good things.
It's a substantial improvement.
So we'll find out when I find 4 hours of my life that I don't want back. We live in a society where games are released and we have the internet and we are sharing resources for better or for worse. And like some people have said that, like, listen, the obtuseness problem doesn't matter because you do have access to the internet. And I say poo-poo to that person.
That's complete garbage.
Because I consider that just because the internet exists, and there are certain things that definitely have that, like, that impact. For example, Nier Automata would be so much less without the concept of an internet connection. However, if you can't play that in a cabin with no modem around you and still find a natural way to bring out the player's like own intuition and discovery, and you're not just putting if you didn't hear about this from fucking Smoke Blunts 420, then you're never gonna know about it, fuck you. Like, I think that sucks, and that's a discounted thing. Like, you can't take the part where the internet will tell you what to do, don't worry about it, as a real metric when gauging what's obtuse and what's not.
I think there is that FromSoft is a perfect example of this exact type of argument, because let's take Demon's Souls, right? Demon's Souls has a bunch of weird, obtuse shit in it, but they looked at that, and then what they also did was they invented a messaging system so that even though there was a bunch of obtuse shit, the idea is that people would be able to give you little hints and push you towards a secret or a shortcut or what have you, right? Thus, you would not necessarily need the internet. You would be able to, a wiki. You would be intuiting it from inside the game through other players in a kind of community, right?
Now, there are
the Souls games have all been like that.
There are exceptions to the rule, and as I said, there's Nier, but an even better example is Journey, where, you know, the nature of the design is to bring about this like sense of communication, and that's not representative of every game, you know, but it's a special game that is built for that. What I'm talking about is not games that are putting communication and multiplayer as a part of its major thesis statement, you know.
Well, it's a great comparison to Sekiro, like Demon's Souls, because Sekiro is using the same level and type of obtuse shit, but it doesn't have a messaging system or any online functionality at all.
It has ghosts now.
And
it now has messages. They added them later.
Oh, fuck that. I don't care. I'm talking about release.
Yeah.
That game was not designed with those messages in and like I seriously doubt that Miyazaki is sitting there going, man, it's going to be super sick when they have the wiki open on their phone to figure out how to fight Owl.
Exactly.
Like, there's absolutely no way. They are thinking, oh, wouldn't it be cool for the X amount of players that discover this boss fight we put in all by themselves, and maybe they tell their friends. And it's like, the irony is that because we do live in the internet society, I'm going to hear about the fact that I didn't fight Owl 2 days after I beat the game and put it away, and go, wait, how do I do that? And go, wait, I don't have a save file that goes back that far. You mean I have to go through the whole fucking game and talk to one guy and talk to, like, or play through these games with my phone at my ready, and that, like, that's not even the worst part. The worst part is that FromSoft, all their games have this bullshit. So you get to play this fucking game of chicken where you're doing a let's play of Dark Souls 3, and you're doing, for example, and you open up and you what can I type into Google? How to get different Dark Souls 3 endings? And just hope they don't say the name of the final boss.
Yeah, exactly.
Or the final area in them. But I don't want to play too far before I get... Like, in Dark Souls 3, if you fucking stab a random NPC in a chapel in Irithyll, you can't get the marriage ceremony, which means you can't get the Lord of Hollows ending. Which, like... that's like halfway through the game. You have to look up the ending guide... halfway, like, fuck, Jesus shit.
Like, with each Souls game, they thought that stuff was awesome, and they wanted to make it harder and harder over time. Like, they thought they leaned in hard to a thing that sucked from the jump, to the point that Sekiro got to where it's at now. And let me just head off the contrarian point at the pass here and say that it also depends on the stakes of what we're describing. So one of my favorite things about Snake Eater was having a conversation with two different friends, and they all had different ways of fighting the end. and different
Yeah, that's
experiences
great.
fighting the end. And then we had the conversation, and then it was a whole like, God damn, what a fucking cool boss fight, right? So many different ways to find a conclusion, or to just accidentally bork your way through it, or whatever you did, right? But at the end of the day, that was a cool moment in the middle of the story, and not an ending decider at the 95% mark. You know, it was a fun thing added in an omake kind of way, where Kojima handles his boss fights like that, and it wasn't the most important thing that you've been building up towards past the point of no return.
Yeah, meanwhile, you look at Bloodborne, hey, what do you miss out if you don't know anything about the game potentially? Both final bosses and the entirety of the DLC.
Yeah, you just go up and then you get the bad ending. So you just go slug.
Yep.
True.
Yep.
You just go slug if you don't know.
And the DLC is like properly hidden too.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Right? Like, oh man.
Mm-hmm.
It's there was an old podcast argument around the release of Bloodborne, in which Liam was very adamant that he never used any external guides or even messages for the Souls games. Like, he wanted to do them all by himself, right? And he ended up in this thing where he didn't get one of the umbilical cords, and thus missed out on Moon Presence, and then found out after his save had overwritten that Moon Presence even existed. And
hope you're willing to commit all that time to another run.
And like, I feel for, like, I was like dismissive of him then, and I feel a little worse for him now, because it's like, yeah, you shouldn't be expected to have your phone open going, where's the rest of the umbilical or whatever, right? And that was the first of the ones that I saw a bunch of people start to miss out on big pieces of content, which, like, the real final boss, that's as big a thing as you can hide.
But Wooly, what about Chrono Trigger? Oh, do you mean like the perfect example of how to stop this problem?
Where you can just go beat the game on New Game Plus at any point, and you get a different ending in every single time.
Where as soon as you complete the game, you are rewarded for doing so, and
you are
in fact
drowned in riches,
and set up to then continue exploring and get those endings faster and faster. Yeah, totally. The perfect way, the perfect fucking way.
I mean, yeah. Jesus, like Persona 4 Golden's bad end was really easy to achieve. Sorry, not Golden. Persona 4 Original's bad end was really easy to get. Because it wasn't just figure out who did it. It was also say the right thing 6 times in a row.
Yep.
In a scene in the hospital.
Fuck up the dialogue. Yeah, exactly.
Fuck up a single one of those prompts, and you get the bad end, and you lose out on what I want to say.
You get a couple of tries. You get a couple of tries to do the guess. Because I was watching Punch Mom do it recently, but yeah. But then it immediately just throws you out. And then if you do it correctly, you get to hear, this is where we say farewell for the next 3 months, because the game didn't plan around the extended golden shit. Like, sending you off even though you're not even close to wrapping it up.
Don't worry about it.
Anyway, well, speaking of Persona, and moving right along, I played... More strikers, and everything, as we said, everything that is happening, that is just, hey, look, it's more P5, is like, I don't know if that was like Omega Force trying to impress
everyone,
or if that was what they were told to do by Atlas, but fucking unbelievably amazing job at making like this just really continue to be 95% Persona 5
and like 1% Muso and 4% others.
Okay. However, going a couple more hours in and having a little more
Mhm.
time in that battle system, I can say that I feel that I'm starting to feel that it's too much. I'm starting to feel that the attempt to keep every single mechanic from the RPG and apply
Yeah,
it to the Muso battle system is unnecessary.
maybe.
I
Um,
mean,
I I ran into I got to the I beat the second dungeon, then I dropped it. I'll go back to it later.
mhm.
But I'm doing the set in the middle of the second dungeon. I'm like in this feeling of like battles are over in 10 seconds,
Yeah.
one way or the other.
The tutorial they're giving you for this moment, you don't even have time to really like internalize and or try out what they're saying because the fight is already done, right? Furthermore, the first 30 fights have tutorials popping up to describe whether it's the character switching or the mechanic of the specific moment of the place you're in, but a new mechanic has been introduced with it feels like the first 30 fights. And you know, like, all right, sometimes there's the extensions, some you get the all out attacks, and then yep, the weaknesses and the switch, that's all there, that's all, you know, and it ends up being fine. But considering how quickly those fights end, they introduce so much stuff that's like, we're good. We didn't. I think we'll be okay without this aspect or that aspect or the.
So, did you get the first boss?
I got to. I'm still in 706 or whatever the number was changed to.
Mm-hmm.
And then I fought the. I think it's a throne or so. It's a what or a
Oh no,
principality.
the first boss is like a unique shadow. It's like the head of the dungeon
Yeah.
kind of thing. So I was wrong what I said earlier. I said fights end in 10 seconds one way or the other.
Mm-hmm.
That's not exactly true. Fights end in 10 seconds if you get a good ambush and they're an appropriate level. If they're significantly above you in level, they can trounce you in seconds.
So this
Like you
is
know
what I know.
the
Mm-hmm.
the blue enemy or the sparkling one that you see
Mm-hmm.
just kills you instantly.
Yep.
And then there's the boss fights, which are 15 minutes long
So I
and
noticed.
crazy tough.
Well, I noticed that even the mini boss so far was like, oh, that's everyone's almost dead. Like it got rough real quick in one of those mini boss fights, and
Yeah.
I was like, oh shit, this is like a tank that's just flying around, and you're getting the occasional staggers, but the damage output is like you get like 3 casts before your MP's down, so you gotta,
Yeah.
you know, yeah, the big enemy fights are like the opposite of the 2-second, you know, grunt battles. And then after beating it, I was like, okay, well, you know, sure, that's a challenge, and then we'll hop outside and then rest up or whatever and come back in. Although usually I liked to go all the way through the dungeon in a single sitting. But in this case, the trouncing from that like mini boss was rough.
And
then
you don't move time, so it's fine.
But then it spits you back out, and then it's like, yeah, actually, there's no checkpoints around you anywhere here, so you are on your last pixel, and good luck sneaking over to the next one. Like, hope you don't. And I was like, man, like usually there's at least a safe room right before one of
after
or the P5 dungeon fights that lead up to not the final boss, but like the 2 or 3 mini bosses in the dungeon. There's usually a safe room you can use to be like, all right, let's hop back out and make our decision. And in this case, it was like, yeah, no, too fucking bad. And I had already used up my items at that point, mind you. So it was like, okay, that's a weird choice. I'm still really early, I gotta say, but like, you know, I put in a good like 3 hours or so sitting there into the intro with Punch Mom, and then I'm another like couple in, like another 2 or so.
Every single time you leave the dungeon, go to Sophie's shop and buy the revive item.
Sure, yeah,
because they're in limited stock. but that it resets when you go into a dungeon and leave. And just like every single time you go to that shop, buy it, because you will need many.
Now, is there a go home item that you can buy there right away?
Not that I found.
Okay. Because clearly your safe room is leaving the dungeon, but what I'm describing is the journey to the safe room, the journey to the checkpoint, which is not near where that boss fight is, which is in fact 2 streets over and a couple of fights away.
My solution to that was go in, rush over to the boss so that all 8 people are fully healed, fight them with the main team, and then use the team that I didn't use to get back to the checkpoint.
So what I would love to do is, even checkpoint to swap the team up, but it just like this particular instance, like we were looking at.
Oh, you don't need to be at the checkpoint to swap the team up. You can swap the team, like the active team, from your menu.
I fucked up on that. Okay, I thought.
Yeah, me too. Until I streamed it, and people said, "Dude, you don't have to fucking go back to the checkpoint to change it because it's like a hidden little button."
Oh man, that's big.
Yeah, you can swap anytime.
That's big. Okay, I thought you were stuck with those 4.
Out of all the tutorials, they tell you, like, it's kind of surprising they don't tell you that.
It doesn't.
No?
So I guess that's why we all thought the same thing then. Yeah, okay. All right. Huh. Because, you see the big swap members thing on the checkpoint after that tutorial introduces that mechanic. Or if they do, then I guess I didn't... I didn't catch that. I guess I, for some reason... You know what? Whether if they did tell you and then I just wasn't reading, then that's my bad. But I definitely didn't know that and made that mistake. Okay. But yeah, that's kind of how I was feeling about it. I was like, yeah, the dungeon running here is like this could have been a little simpler. They didn't necessarily have to throw all this in.
I wish the combat was just straight up slower and had less enemies.
You could just kind of focus on your things a little bit more.
Where I was focusing on 3 or 4 of them instead of 50, but they die instantly because I have...
Your lock-on is not really being used, right?
Muso games tend to give you, like, you know, a character with a certain amount of tools, and those tools are for fodder, right? And they give you that fucking fodder, right? In this game, your tools are for... primarily single target, and you're given like 20 non-fodders that you're either going to instantly kill with the 1 weakness ambush or you're going to fight for a while.
Yeah. So yeah, and you know what, it is true. It's like in 50 tutorials you might miss a line or 2. That's kind of human. You kind of like the locking on is definitely for the bosses, but like, so in the meantime, in these fights, since everything's just kind of going, you just end up turning the camera around and kind of you kind of mash in a direction, and then you're like, do I see a circle prompt? All right, just press it. Whatever's going. Did someone hit a weakness over there? Yeah, okay, I don't know.
Never not hit it.
Yeah, just fly over there, do an all-out attack.
To the upper left every now and then. Maybe somebody hit a weakness, you hit like a D-pad button.
You know. And you're just kind of tilting that camera around in the general direction you're slashing in. There was also... so me and Punch Mom stared at that... So the beginning, the first thing you learn is the Showtime mechanic. And we stared at that HUD for a couple of fights trying to figure out where the meter for Showtime was.
Yeah, the meter that slowly crawls around your character's portrait.
Yeah, and like once you have it, you're on fire, and all the different characters are on fire, and it's there it is. But like checking where it, like the actual meter, I was like looking for. I'm like, where in the screen does it disappear? You know, and then it's like, no, it's the art. It's the little bars next to the persona art that fill up and change color as you go. It's those little horizontal bars, and it's like, that's
but when
why
it's
not just
when
make
it's
it
empty
a meter?
But when it's empty or almost full, it doesn't look like a meter. It looks like just part of the art.
Yes. So that's where some of the design and its design excellence is actually not communicating as effectively as it could by, I would even say, at best, making it a complete bar, or at worst, changing it so that the inside pips, when they're empty, are like transparent or black and not just like an alternate shade of the blue or so, you know? So I definitely feel that, like, as Persona and particularly 5 is one of the most stylish video games ever made, there was no point in 5 original where I felt that the design, like, kind of confused me with some information delivery. Whereas here I was like, what is there? You know, and then now it's there and it's fine. But it was just a little bit of a weird thing from the beginning of the game because, yeah, like even that first tutorial where they introduce it, you're also seeing the entire HUD for the first time. So you're not exactly primed in that moment when Showtime is introduced to pick out the specifics of this new thing because you're taking in the entire game in this moment, you know? It's just a little small little things that are like, huh, okay, that's one way to do it. Yeah, and so I'm like, you know, in the end, I'm like, well, I guess this is kind of going to continue. Like every time I'm expecting the tutorials to kind of pop up for the next hour or so in each fight with a new mechanic, and there's times where I'm kind of like, should I be shooting this enemy? I mean, it's not weak to the guns, so maybe not, but the bullets are regenerating after every fight. You know, should I switch to this combo style or, you know, and it just, I'm just like, okay, well, you can either just swing and do whatever, or you can use a lot of these mechanics or so, but it's having a hard time, like, I think just because it's trying to be so faithful, and it's incredibly faithful, but it ends up being a little too much.
It's if I had to say one big flaw about that game, and desperate to talk to you once you get to that first like real boss fight, is that the game has, like, you know how a difficulty curve is supposed to be smooth? Mm-hmm. This is like a bunch of fucking jagged mountains that are
boom,
technically rising, and if you look at it really far away, it looks like a curve. But like it is like so easy, I'm getting tired for 2 hours, and then just bam, bam, and then like a joke for 45 minutes.
And last thing I want to say here, because again, I feel like I always have to put these qualifiers out if somebody is like disagreeing because they're enjoying it and such. You can definitely ignore all these little things I'm talking about. You can ignore all the tutorials and all of these mechanics and just slash and mash, and then eventually use the weakness when the time comes, and you know, just ignore it and such. But that's, I'm not in necessarily, I'm looking at what the game is trying to show you, you know? And I'm bringing that up because that's the design. So like, even if it's something that is like extraneous or like is ignorable, that's not the point. The point is that it introduces this mechanic as a thing that's like, hey, also be aware of this, you know? So I think the drip feed of tutorials for new mechanics over the course of the first couple hours is not the best way to communicate a lot of that stuff. And I also think that...
So I'm sorry, after you.
No, I think that like a couple of early fights that lasted longer, where you got to perhaps try some of them out, and, you know, like even like
or
the analyzing...
your combo, maybe
finish
like
your combo? Yeah, you know, some of the like square, triangle ones are like, yeah, everything's dead. I didn't even get to see it, you know? Or the like analyze and then scan, and it's like, okay, but it's already kind of doing it automatically, you know? It's like, so some of those things where you just like, yeah, just having a grounded fight to just take in all of this info in a way where you can practice it until it feels good or something along those lines would have done a lot better than like 2-minute fight tutorial or like 30-second fight tutorial and we're out, next one, you know?
So What's interesting is that I mean, we're talking about this, and we have a chat going on in the background. And one of the things that's interesting is that I talked to a bunch of people, and the general consensus of the people that I've talked to is that that first boss, like proper boss fight, is like insanely difficult, mainly compared to everything around it. But you look over here, and as always, you get people going, "I don't know, I don't see what the problem is. It didn't seem that hard. What are they talking about?" And part of that is that there is one thing that you got wrong because you didn't know, Wooly, which is you said that most of those mechanics can be safely ignored if you just, you know, are good at the
Up to
action
this
combat.
early ass point,
Yeah, not with the bosses. The bosses demand
you get them right.
that you use these mechanics.
Okay.
And the first boss in general is a problem that doesn't exist in Persona 5, but it doesn't exist that way because of the way the game is structured. So when you fight Kamoshida, right, in Persona 5, you have Joker, An, Ryuji, and Mona, right? You have those four. You got the wild card, and then you got fire, wind, and
Lightning.
electricity, right? And the boss is weak to one or two of those. And if one of those characters dies, maybe Joker has it, and one of those characters is a healer, etc. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, in Persona 5 Strikers / Scramble, you're given the entire gang right away, which means that if you, like me, like characters that don't fit a single one of the boss's weaknesses, you can go in and just be straight fucked because you can't trigger the weakness response.
Okay.
I went in with characters that could not hit the boss's weakness and was trying to fight that for like 4 hours. And then I had to leave and completely switch out my entire party so that I had a character that had the fire damage weakness, and then I had a character that would capitalize off burn, which would be Makoto with the nuke, and so then I could get the combo, blah, 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 blah.
Also,
and
you've got full demon
boss,
fusion going on, too.
Right. And then the boss went from impossible to tough.
Okay, yeah. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, you're picking up with the full party at the start of this for sure. And I definitely I had a moment where it's like, oh man, like somewhere around the world, somewhere, a sucker popped this game in without playing P5 and is just is melting into their chair right now. Someone is dying, like just a puddle with a controller in it. But yeah, no, that is true as well. You do have that entire spectrum. You're casting Aha right away. You know, there was another thing that came to mind, but I forgot it as you were describing that.
Oh, one thing that we never mentioned is that, hey, congrats on finding a reason to give Futaba gear. Because she has her hacking sequences where she takes less damage.
I saw that. I saw her equipping stuff on the character select there, and I was like, why? And then it's like, oh, because you got to do these.
Oh, you can equip her with items in fucking P5. Just do anything.
But just like for what though? You know, like yeah. Little defense escort sections or so. Yeah, what was it? There was something else too that was a little like, what are you going for here? Ah, well, anyway, it's gone, but in the end, you know, it's still a very fucking cool game, and
oh yeah, it's really cool.
It's really fun to switch to each of the Phantom Thieves and like do proper action combos with them.
Yeah.
It's cool to see fucking obviously Makoto's got her flurry punches and Yusuke's doing his judgment cuts. And
Yusuke is like aggressive Virgil pandering, like I couldn't believe.
It's very, very, very obvious. Yes, they're not hiding that at all. And you're just panther whipping around like, I don't know, what, Lords of Shadow or something, God of War, I don't know. Yeah, But it was so that's a lot of fun. It's cool to just enjoy switching back and forth between them and doing some of that stuff. But yeah, that's it. That's just the feeling. Oh, it was just the idea that the I remember like Punch Mom actually like started playing you know, when we popped it in, and was just kind of getting the swing of the basics of like, you know, action game. And I remember I had to kind of go like, oh yeah, so even before we go any further here, let me explain that like for the last 15 years, third person action game has had this basic layout of two sticks, tap one in, usually crouch, tap the other in, usually recenter the camera or lock on. Triggers
Or
are going to
sprint,
be
depending.
aim down the sights and fire your gun. And then there'll be like usually a grenade function or some other alternative function or alternative fire. Then you'll have on your face buttons, exactly, you'll have a dodge or a sprint, or then you have an attack button and then a jump button on X. And, you know, and I kind of was like, oh, by the way, this is what like generic third person video game thing has been, you know. And it was just kind of like, oh, okay, like, right, okay, let's get used to that. And then as soon as the drip feed of these tutorials started, it was like, oh, this is, no, you know what, here, this is not going to work. This is going to be very, very, very rough. Because she went through P5 on easy, on very easy, and just kind of, you know, took it almost as a visual novel of sorts, where you kind of, where the hardest challenges were still not pressed for time, you know? Yeah. But here, where that is the case, then it was like, just gonna be a bad idea. So, you know, instead of switching off back and forth, I'll just play and she'll watch, you know. Anyway, I will report more back in, but fortunately, all that musoing ain't really a part of this game. There's so little of it.
It's so weird. It's nothing like what I expected. Even after watching like all the preview trailer footage and stuff like that, it's still not what I expected. It's crazy.
And like as a final note, even I would say that like I remember early on in Astral Chain, there was some combat details that I was not getting right away, and it took me a second to quite figure out the rhythm of what they kind of were looking for with the twin stick controls and stuff. But at least I was able to go to a training room in the HQ and figure it out, you know? And I think that training room time is really invaluable when you have a lot of things to you know, teach a player like this. And even the ability to just kind of like, I don't know, like, well, not to say that FF7 was anywhere near as complex with it, but the ability to like go into a closed environment and fuck around does a lot for internalizing the combat system.
One of the best changes Monster Hunter literally ever made in its entire franchise history was World giving you a training dummy, a training room with all the different types of surfaces, and like just damage numbers.
Yep.
So you could go in and be like, is it worth it to charge up for the big hit? Yes.
Yeah, I can only imagine how fucking brutal it must have been to have to go out on a full expedition or boss fight to test out things.
Wooly, do you want to talk about motion values?
Not really.
So in Monster Hunter, the damage numbers lie. If you notice that like your great sword has like a damage number of like 1,000 or whatever, and but so do the knives, and you're like, but they're not doing the same damage. And then, well, that's because that's the stated damage. But each type of attack does a percentage of that damage according to its type. That's called a motion value, and every single different swing has a different motion value, and then you multiply that by where you hit it. And prior to World, every single goddamn number was hidden, and it changed the way that they interacted changed every single game.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of games that just lie to the player as a design decision. That's cool. I'm down with that.
Well,
they
used to have it so that the great sword and the sword and shield had the same number, but then players were like, "But the great sword does more damage than the sword and shield. Why does it have the same number?" Then they changed it so it's different. But then people were like, "Well, why would I use the sword and shield? The great sword does so much more damage."
For all the like drowning in mechanics that Neo features that I've been talking about, at least Neo
doesn't lie.
One, doesn't lie to you. There's that, yes. But two, the way Neo goes about introducing like late ass game features is, in many cases, it'll be like, hey, have you gotten this weapon to at least this proficiency level? And have you upgraded this stat to this number? Okay, well, now you have access to the dojo, to the advanced training for your axe. And in the advanced training for your axe, you're going to learn about using it, and then you got to fight a dude, and then you're going to get some shit for doing it, and then you'll have access to more moves you can buy to spend your points on. So, like, it... At least, again, it takes you and it gives you access to this new shit when you have it, when you've acquired enough proficiency or whatever, and it throws you in this dojo where you can run around and dick around and do what you got to do and feel it out. And when the time is right, go up to your trainer and then swing at them and then start the fight and do the whole thing. And like, just, yeah, getting all of that like time and trial and error and feeling out of the way. I mean, we kind of take the void for granted now, but like when DMC Devil May Cry came out and had a fucking training thing in it, and you're like, oh, for the love of God, finally, right? Or Bayo's loading screen, where it was like, oh yeah, press that select button, fucking chill, do what you gotta do. Like, action games need to have playgrounds. You need these things. They're the fastest way to communicate all the things you want to.
Well, Wooly, you don't need a playground if you go down to your local Combini and buy the Monster Hunter Ultimania guide that has all the motion data values in it. Which was the racket that finally ended with World. Because that shit doesn't play for the whole rest of the planet. But for the longest,
doggos, man.
The longest time, it was literally buy the game, go get the magazine, so that you can actually find out how much health shit has or how much damage a hit does. And that's why there was, oh god, I forget the website now, but there was a website that it was literally guys would just spend the year that it took for the game to come over to just translate all that shit. And then World was like, no, okay, we'll put Monster Drop. Kiriniko, that's what it was. It was Kiriniko. And if you did not have access to Kiriniko, you're like, how do I get a plate from this? What's the drop rate? I don't know. Fuck if I know.
And let me guess, like, people who were not informed on all that were like second-class players.
Well, I don't know about that, but they just wouldn't be as effective at getting their breaks. Like, you know, when a certain item drops from a head break on a rare monster with a 1% chance of dropping and only on a head break, like, if you don't know that that's required, good luck getting it.
See, I hear you, and that's fine and dandy and whatever, but
it's not.
Yeah, I don't give a shit. I saw a cool video of two people with a great sword doing identical animations next to each other for like a solid 20 seconds or so on a boss, and it was impromptu, but it looked so cool and coordinated that it was like, oh fuck yeah, that looks great when it happens. And I was like, that's fun to see. And I don't know nothing about no numbers, but I like looking at that. That looked cool.
That happens in World occasionally, where it's just like If you start the same distance away and you're trying to do the optimized greatsword stuff, it's gonna be the same timing for both players, and it looks super rad.
It looks amazing. It looks so cool. And I'm like, that's how you get me to look at that and go, oh wow, yeah, okay, I want to know more about this. Don't give me no number or nothing. We'll figure that out or we won't. But you know, I'll get to a point where it'll be like, would you like to know more? And then I'll sit and I'll just think about it and I'll say, no, I don't. Or you know what? Yeah, I would. And I'll make that decision. But yeah. In the meantime, drift compatible and doggos. That'll do it for me. That's fine.
That's coming out this week.
Yep. Anyway, the only other thing to note is other things coming out this week include Arkham Asylum is going to be dropping over on Wooly Versus. We got more Like a Dragon coming. Gonna do at least another session or two of that. Going as strong as ever with the 3-man party now, where the full fucking illusion that Ichiban lives in has finally come to fruition.
Oh, you got there.
Yeah, good times.
The brain
on
damage
that.
kicked in.
And oh boy, am I a fan of, like, okay, we've started in the world of crime and murder and Yakuza. We ended up on a detour into Hoboland, and like, as the social outcasts, who are our enemies? The fucking Puritans. The fucking tight-shirted, hair parted perfectly, bleached Japan individuals.
Hey,
and I'm like,
listen.
Ooh, that's a specific kind of hateable.
Hey, I hate Kume. All my friends hate Kume. Fuck Kume. Kume's the worst.
Yeah. And I believe we left off right getting introduced to the weird, uncertain progression into the Soapland mission.
All right.
This is horrifying, and I really hope in the end we know that the characters are pure of heart and are probably going to make the right decisions, but some of the ways that they get, like, they work their logic makes me go,
hey, I'm gonna give you a small piece of advice. You best square away that feeling in your chest right quick, because it's only gonna get more confusing and baffling from here.
Because, you know, it's the weirdest thing when you're like, I know for a fact that, like, this bold himbo hero will always stop the wrong thing from happening, and in the end will make the right choice with his heart, right?
Yes. That's
in the action. But, like, on the way there, some of the reasoning and rationale is a little questionable. But we'll have to see, you know, because
don't worry about it.
Yeah, we touched on it with Zero a little bit, and now we're swerving right into it here. And I noticed it's almost basically going to be floating around the same subject matter, really, where it's just like, okay, so when it comes to the way sex work in general is presented, there's like a very clear, like, hey, fucker, get the fuck out of here with your stupid puritanical bullshit. Let people do what they want. Things are not as black and white as you want them to be. And, you know, you're an asshole if you're marching with your people in the streets and whatever, right? Yeah, totally. Broad stroke, easy, fuck that guy. But now when we get into the mechanics and the nitty-gritty of why this particular individual is working in a place that is being really shitty and exploitive, and you're like, well, you don't want this to be anything involved with trafficking, and that's the bad alternative that could await. But even though she's here, they're presenting it in a way where this guy is still fucking predatory, and okay, yeah, just as it's.
Listen, man, I'm only predatory because I love my girls. I want the best for them.
That's
I assume you're talking about the scene where they walk in and he's on the phone.
Yes. And then everyone's like, wow, fuck that guy. And it's like, yeah, that's correct. And then it's like, Ichiban's like, I'm going to turn this place around. And you're like, ooh, unexpected, but okay. I see what you're doing here. You're like,
I'm going to change it from the inside.
Yeah, you're because you grew up with the soapland. You know what's going on.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. Right. Okay, so Ichiban is doing the GTO thing of like, oh, you like the obvious thing to do is just be like, man, fuck this. But he's like, nah, I'm gonna fix the system, you know? And you're like, oh damn, okay, Onizuka, let's see what you got, you know, with your all burning heart and no real brains kind of attitude. And you know, you talk to this piece of shit and you're like, yeah, okay, I see what you're putting down here. And then the piece of shit elaborates, and then you walk out the door, and then the piece of shit is now on your team when the Puritans show up, you know. And after that's dealt with, he's like, well, hey man, he may be talking tough to these girls, but I think he really cares about them.
So what's really important is this might be the only time in Yakuza history where, I mean, the Yakuza gang, the devs are going to tell you what they feel, right? Just straight up.
Mm-hmm.
But in this particular case, and this case only, because you have a gang of dudes, they do give you two guys who go, fucking what?
Yeah.
What are you talking about? At the very least.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And they also represent the, like, fuck this, I'm out of here. And it's like, okay, true, but, like, that does leave, like, the victim here relegated to their fate if you just kind of walk away from it, you know?
Yeah.
So, yeah, like, it's like Ichiban steps in with the right, you know, the right fucking burning vigor, and then just drops that on you, and you're like, oh no.
I can't wait to talk to you about this next week.
Okay, we'll see where it go.
Because it goes in all sorts of places. Like, every place you didn't think it could go, it somehow goes there.
Yeah, and you know, I can tell that, like, as these topics come up, like, people, I can see that there's a group of people that are getting annoyed with, I guess, what you'd call Wooly's moral, objectivism, as opposed to, you know, relativism.
Oh no, I mean, maybe a little. But, like, I had a visceral, intense reaction to the scene you're describing as well. Which was, what? But Ichiban, you're so wholesome.
And, yeah, and it's just like, I don't know. I kind of think that, like, once you throw out the reasons why that's kind of fucked up, there's not much else to really elaborate on there. It's like you either see that for what it is or you don't. And you know, I don't even know what layer 2 of that is.
I disagree in general, because, like, the Yakuza games actually want to engage you on a morality discussion.
Right, there we go. This it's right here. You with the whole culture thing, right? The whole, like, what don't you understand about different cultures being complex and not sharing your Western viewpoint on things.
It's like, well, to start, I don't understand it.
Yeah, okay.
That's the start. I don't get it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm engaging with a piece of media from this other culture. Maybe I'll get it by the end. Maybe not.
Right.
I don't know.
Yes, that's and are you judging, you know, another culture with your Western eyes and your Western philosophies?
In some cases, yeah. I am. Like,
I don't know.
The idol industry is a nightmare.
But
Judgment made.
But nah, dude. That's the way it be. Therefore, that's how it is. And how dare you? Never mind how the victims feel here. This is the way it is, man. Don't judge. You don't know what it's like. You know, it's just yeah.
Oh, you're gonna have so much fun with this.
Like, seriously? Are you people that are, like, coming from this angle super, like, yeah, there's a victim here who's got it out in a really rough way, but it's not my culture, so fuck that, right? Like, is that all there is to it at the end of the day? I guess so. And I mean, and if you're running, you know, I'm not a diplomat representing a country on foreign soil. I'm not in charge of foreign affairs, and I'm not someone responsible for figuring out these methods of negotiation. But generally speaking, I don't know. I think if you look at a sitch that is like, hey man, we're explaining to you just how much of a victim this girl is in this situation, and then we're going to start walking it back from the place that we, the game, have set up. Not where put it.
These games absolutely want to at least have you think about this shit. But at the same time, the games take a really clear stance, which is weird. Most games are too terrified to take any stance at all.
Yeah. Oh,
meanwhile,
here we go
the
again.
Yakuza games
Bye!
are like...
Too bad. If you don't agree, too bad.
And go,
I don't
maybe
care.
Not every person from this country's a terrorist. Maybe, I don't know. And you're like, is that all you got? Is that... And they're like, it's the best we're going to give you. You're like, okay.
Some of y'all are weird, man. Some of y'all are weird with that shit, dude.
Yeah, well.
And you're and you know, getting into like whatever. Anyway. Or the ultimate, which is like they're fictional. This is not real.
Oh,
this is cringe.
That's not fun.
It's like, all right, well,
that's not fun.
Time to just press X and close this media window here that you're listening to. Because why are you here listening to hours of discussion about fictional things only to tune out at that point?
There's a really good Yakuza sub theme, I guess I would call it, that like almost every single game deals with.
Mm-hmm.
And that the theme is foreigners aren't necessarily evil is the theme.
So
foreigners are just like you.
I noticed
foreigners are not necessarily evil.
There is a component that I noticed was handled very differently here in Like a Dragon, which is, you know, down the line from Zero. I noticed the so far distinct lack of what I called Chineval. However, the introduction of secret Koreans and the mystery of the untranslated subtitles is definitely effective in intimidating you with its untranslated foreignness, you know? And their crossbows.
They've definitely come a long way from the danger of secret Koreans back in Yakuza 2.
Man.
And man, Chineval, I've never heard that term before. Good job inventing it. That was present as late as the literal main plot of 6. The main plot of 6 was, are Chinese people just evil?
Yeah, I'm
like, really? Is this actually the plot?
It is
Holy
nice
shit.
To see that they're pulling back out of that, considering the battle on the streets with the words Chinese men just popping up And you're like, oh, dude, what the fuck is this game doing, man?
It's wild. It's like it is. They're like, so in Yakuza 6, they spent a lot of time and money, and they got a pop actor, a K-pop actor, like a very handsome guy to play a character named Jungi Han. He looks like Virgil. You've probably seen him somewhere in some media. He's from Yakuza 6, right?
Cool.
And they wanted to use him and be like, look, we're going to make a big push in Korea. And then the day before the game came out in Korea, the game got banned by the Korean government because they said, nah, fuck y'all.
The depiction was too shit.
His depiction was great, but the overall depiction of non-Japanese people in general in the Yakuza series fucking sucks.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, you should see Albert Wesker, the CIA man from 3, who's like the fucking white evil come to kill your people in that game. He might as well be the devil.
And a couple of those characters also are given the credibility, of course, of super thick accents on the subtitles even. You know, and you're just like, wow, guys. So here, huh? this is where we're at. Yeah. I mean, I guess if we're going to get, is it Nagoshi? Is that his name?
Nagoshi, yeah.
If you're going to get Nagoshi's takes on everything from fucking weird dating scene to the weird dating scenes to
taxes.
To taxes, you're eventually gonna scrape up against feelings of some stuff that's like, oh, okay, sure, yeah, little, you're gonna find some shit that's a little weird there. I wouldn't be surprised. But the idea that this continues over the entire franchise is like, oh no, guys, how many games?
It's dude. So, here's the thing, like some folks might be like, hey, you know, you're taking the Yakuza games too seriously, picking this apart, looking at all the cultural stuff, yada yada. It's like, I would describe the Yakuza series as one of my favorite video game series. I would highly advise to not play them uncritically, because there is so much fucked up shit in them. There is so much like, did a dinosaur write this shit in them that to engage with them with an uncritical perspective is like baffling. Yeah.
So far, I'm gonna say, on particular subject matter, it would seem, and one of them is woman. You know, because I'm just thinking about that chef who just absolutely verbally abuses that poor fucking, you know, assistant he has, and in the end, it's all love though. It's just tough love. Don't worry about it. And then of course we just discussed the foreign menace. You know, the lurking in the
ever
shadows.
Present.
Yeah,
always there.
And then right now, there's just, I feel like children are used as tactical nukes to just blow up a situation. Any massive inappropriate moment, you can just go, all right,
I'll shoot this kid.
How about inappropriate moment, but we dropped some innocent child into the middle of it, you know? And you're like, oh, fucking
100%.
hell.
100%.
So, yeah, it's... Oof. It's a lot. It's certainly a lot.
It's really, really, really weird because, like, the foreign menace shit is in every single one of them, but in 4, there's a large subplot about how rough it is to be an illegal immigrant in Japan, Tokyo specifically, and how bad they get it from the cops and from the crime syndicates that fuck around with them and all that shit. And it's interesting because that's the only game that doesn't have foreign secret menace as a plot point. 3 had it, 5 has it, 6 has it, 2 has it.
I told the story in the episode, but when I was in Japan back when it was the first time I was there, and me and Punch Mom were looking for this place to go eat that we hear is like a legendary, really good beef place. Got lost and couldn't find it, staring at the phone. And a nice dude just came up and was like, "Hey, you guys okay? You look lost or so?" And yeah, I used what basic Japanese I could to explain, like, "Hey, yeah, we're looking for this place." And he was like, maybe around here. It's like, okay. We kind of walked for a bit, and then he's like, "Oh, follow me. I think I can lead you." And then we walked, and then I was like, he was like, you guys are just like, he basically explained, like, you're looking for good beef, right? Like, yeah, that's what you're looking for. You're in the mood for that. And I was like, yeah. And he's like, sure. And then led us 10 minutes out of the way through these turns into this cool area downtown where we turned into a restaurant. He's like, here you go. Some of the best beef around. And then I was like, oh, fuck. Cool. Okay. Thank you. And then he's like, hey, you know what? First round's on me. And I was like, whoa, wait, what?
Right. Yeah,
and this super, and the whole time, while we were walking over that 10 minutes, I was just having like a very nice, pleasant conversation with him about, again, just learning Japanese and getting better at it, and being in town and all this shit. And he's like, yeah, and it was really cool. So he's like, came in, he's like, yeah, first round's on me. And he sat down and we had a first little round. We had some barbecue, ordered a beer, And then he's like, all right, well, I just finished work and I got to get home, but you guys enjoy. Take care. And I was like, wow, thank you so much, dude. Like, I was like, man, people in Japan are so nice. And he looked at me and he went, I'm Korean. And I was like, ah! So I met a secret Korean.
It was a secret.
I met a secret Korean, and he was the coolest guy. For real.
Dude, I feel like I want to beam the entire plot of Yakuza 2 into your head, because like there's moments where like they're sitting in a room with like 10 cast members and like whispering to each other, any one of us could be Korean. like they're fucking Cylons. like it is the wildest shit.
Body snatchers.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Among Us.
And you know what, Wooly? Maybe one of them was
emergency meeting. Yep. So we'll see where that goes. But Like Those a Dragon
awesome.
Continues,
and they're awesome to talk about.
And for fucks,
you go from Ichiban like getting properly screamed at by like 5 people going, are you telling a camp of homeless people to just go to the job center and get a job? What are you, fucking stupid?
Yeah, exactly. Like, what a good moment.
Into other weirder shit.
Yeah. That was fantastic. And then also coming up for fucks and chuckles, we popped in Capcom Fighting Evolution and broke down the history of that important step in the fighting game timeline.
Go to hell.
Important step. That game represents a lot of things, namely, as Capcom fighting the very concept of evolution, so aptly named, but Ono's producing debut. Very important to note. And we break down the history of everything you need to know about how this game came to be and the most important character in the Capcom universe, Ingrid. It all leads back to Ingrid. So if you want to find out more, tune in to Get Into Fighting Games. For fuck's sake, Capcom Fighting Evolution, dropping soon on the channel as well, over on Wooly Versus.
I don't believe that is his producing debut.
he did music on I believe he did sound design and music on Street Fighter 3, and then
Capcom
Fighting Evolution,
Sorry,
Capcom Fighting Jam in Japan. I believe that was his first producing role.
Capcom Fighting Jam was 2004?
2004, right after 2003 when All Stars was happening. All Stars got canceled. And
producer 1 year prior.
Yep.
On the legendary piece of shit, Chaos Legion.
He picked up after the ex-producer left.
So he wasn't the full producer.
So the full producer on Fighting All Stars, the 3D game, that game got canceled, but then this salvage job started, and that same producer started on that salvage job, but then left, and then Ono stepped in, and that's how he got into the production game.
Wooly, I'm telling you, a year earlier he produced Chaos Legion.
Oh, sorry. So I missed what you said. So what does the credit say?
Is producer role on Chaos Legion.
Okay, got it.
And he was assistant producer on Onimusha 2.
Okay, which was when?
2002. Man, they were just banging games out all the time out in Capcom in the PS2 era.
Okay, so that's just misinformation then. All right.
Yeah.
All right, fair enough. My apologies.
If I had known he was a producer on Chaos Legion all those years ago, I would not have been excited for Street Fighter 4. Because Chaos Legion is like one of the worst games Capcom has ever put out.
Yeah, they were putting out shit back to back to back over like that 10-year period, or let's say 6-year period, being generous.
He was also a producer on Shadow of Rome and Dawn of Dreams. And Monster Hunter Online. Ooh.
Anyway, Capcom Fighting Evolution is a important step that we need to talk about and explore.
No. Of any game for you to go anyway, this Capcom Fighting Evolution, it's not it. That game is trash.
If you want to see Reggie lose 20 years of his life on camera, tune in to Capcom Fighting Evolution, coming soon. It's like...
Game is trash.
Like, what's the problem? I don't know. Pick a Third Strike character and do a backdash with them. And see what happens.
Oh, what happens?
Spoiler alert. It looks bad and it feels bad.
All right.
So yeah, that's coming up on Wooly Versus.
I didn't think I'd be talking about Capcom Fighting Evolution today.
Yeah, no one did.
No one did.
But that's that.
Not even you.
That's what we're here for. Now you see, it's true. Udon made original fucking comic pages for those endings in that game, man. There's lore there. There's important shit.
No, there isn't. You be quiet. We sat down to play Capcom Fighting Evo, and I played Zangief, and nobody could beat it for like forever. And then you picked Hanzo, and then no one could beat your Hanzo. That game is bullshit.
That game was also like everyone's first exposure to the Warzard Red Earth characters.
Sure was.
And then you got to go, what the fuck are these cool characters and why can't I play that? It was because no one fucking bought a Warzard machine. Anyway,
it's true.
What am
I up to? Oh man, so much this week. This is one of those Pat Blight weeks. Is what this is. So what happened this week? Well, I mentioned a little while ago that my TV was starting to lose HDMI inputs. Right? Basically, the one that was attached to my Switch died. And I was like, well, I got to get a new one. Because any of these could go at any second. And also, I want a good excuse to buy a new television. So I went and got what I believe is actually your television. I only found out after I had bought it that I think it's the same model as yours. It's an LG CX. Is that the model of TV you picked up, Wolves? It's an OLED?
OLED, yeah.
LG OLED?
Literally, I got the box right here.
Yeah.
Yeah. OLED 65.
Yeah. So I was like looking around on TVs. Display lag says this is the best TV.
It certainly did.
Then I ask on the internet, and like the entire Gigaboots, Mr. Feel, like Casey Excellent fucking crew come out of their fucking shithole they all live in and fucking just all go, you should get the fucking LG CX. And I'm like, okay. That's a good TV, man.
Pretty good TV, right?
So I want to say that I'm now running everything at 100 plus FPS. I don't understand how FPS works anymore because literally just changing it from 60 hertz to 120 hertz more than doubled my actual for real frame rate in every PC game I own. So like, holy shit. And the G-Sync thing or the FreeSync or the VRR, whatever the fuck that is, gets rid of the tearing. And then you do dips down to 45. You don't tear and it doesn't look that bad. It's like, holy God, wow.
This thing has been the most noticeable quality jump since getting my first HD TV.
Yeah.
Like, everything has been incremental. I had two before this. And then, you know, working with, like, tournament stuff, there was occasionally getting, like, monitors for fighting game setups as well. But, like, the noticeable quality jump, this is the biggest one since jumping from fucking old 4.3 TVs to HD. Incredible.
So I saw somebody in the chat just say, and it's a good question, is like, have we reached the point where you can't tell higher frame rates? And I can't speak for everyone, but I can speak for myself. I cannot tell the difference of anything over 90. Anything over 90, I'm like, looks fast.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it looks like. It looks like it looks fast. I'm sure people with better eyes or more experience can see maybe up to 144, right? But the fact that I don't have tearing anymore ever, and like I'm not, even when I drop to like 45 with the fucking sync options, it looks like fine. Like, you know, when it dips and then goes back up.
Dude, I mean, I don't, I hear you with the 90 bit, but I mean, to be honest, to me it feels like there's below 60,
yeah,
there's 60, and then there's blah.
Then there's the
there's just blah, and when you're like, you can tell when you set it to blah because you feel blah.
Yeah. Well, I'm using a lot more PC games, so like you're playing a lot of console stuff with this kind of hertz, or are you playing PC stuff?
Both, but like when I want to like specifically like fuck around and test it out and fuck around and find out, because the thing is, this shit I'm doing for LPs is still getting put into through the Elgato, you know.
Yeah.
So mainly PS5 though.
Yeah, I did like a full day's worth of tests and discovered like, yeah, no, I can see the jump from 60 to 70, 70 to 80, 80 to 90, and then after that, I'm like, this is fast. That's what it is. It's fast.
Mm-hmm.
Good. So the day that was being delivered, my power supply started to die in my PC.
Hey, there you go.
Literally the morning of. I turned my PC on and was met with the telltale noise of your power supplies fan going. I have like maybe a month to live, and am so loud that when I ran Audacity tests, it was like a little bar got added to the waveform, and it was just this audible nightmare thing. So I tracked down the gentleman who runs a computer repair store in this city called KSK Computers in Montreal. And this dude helped me with PC stuff in the past. He's incredible. I cannot recommend... You know how we recommend invariably bust a move for moving services in Montreal?
Mm-hmm.
If you happen to live in Montreal and need computer shit like fucking today,
Mm-hmm.
call this dude up at KSK Computers. I called him up. He's like, yeah, I got a good power supply just sitting around the shop. And I'm like, okay, how fast can you do it? He's like, maybe Monday. I'm like, okay. Drove to my house, picked up my PC, put it in his trunk, and drove away. And then 3 hours later, he called me and said, okay, it's done.
Wow.
Are you home? You want it? And I went,
That
yeah.
rules. That rules.
I gave it to him at 3 p.m. He called me at 6.
That's fucking... Because there's a feeling you get when you realize, all right, this is gonna take over a day to fix. We're shut down. We're shut down for business, and you're just gonna have to deal with it until, you know, a day or two goes by. That's incredible.
Yeah, like I didn't even miss my stream the next morning. Like it was no problem, and I ended up getting a higher wattage power supply out of it. I was on a 750. Now I'm on an 850, to which I have now embarrassingly discovered that you know how they say each video card is rated for a certain power draw, right?
Okay.
So you say, hey, you got a 1080, you should have at least a 500 watt power supply, what have you, right? Well, I had a 3080, and that says you should probably have a 750, and I had a 750. But I also have a webcam, a bunch of wireless devices, 5 hard drives, a CD disc burner, etc. in there. And I was always like, why doesn't my 3080 make the frame rate go as high as it should? Well, it's because I needed an 850 watt power supply.
Yeah. So,
now that I have an 850 watt power supply, suddenly I have like 40% higher frame rates.
So shout outs to Artesian Builds, because when they were putting this thing together, they pretty much were just like, look, man, 850 is it's more than you. It's like, this is what you're gonna need for whatever you need, and it's gonna be just about all you need. You know, that was they kind of discussed, you know, the intensity, like, and we're just like, yeah, you go with 850, you don't have to think about it anymore. You know.
Now, to be fair to me, the reason why I had a 750 watt in there is because this PC or original video card was a 970.
Okay.
Like when 750 was like
more than sufficient
for that use.
And of course, I mean, you know, God forbid, like, you plug out any devices or stop using it to charge whatever kind of fucking Zangief chew toy is powered by it.
You don't have electric chew toys for dog.
I don't know.
That's just silly. You had big rubber bones. Come on, man. Dogs are idiots. They'll chew electricity. This
powered by NVIDIA.
This fucking stupid dog licks electrical outlets.
Oh, you gotta get you gotta get those covers. Yeah.
Yeah.
So on the OLED, by the way, so I was, when I did the Level Clear podcast the other day, I was talking to Tough, good old Tough, you remember, and he had an OLED as well, but he was playing so much Destiny 2 that it burnt the HUD into his fucking OLED.
So certain games are way worse than others.
Yes.
Destiny 2 is really bad. FIFA is really bad.
Now I noticed
Final Fantasy 14 is bad. Anything that
static
puts
HUD.
a HUD element on the screen that doesn't move.
Yeah. So I I was looking into anti-burn-in solutions because I was very worried about that. Fighting game life bars are a concern.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes I lab. Like, lab, you know?
Yeah.
So I was looking in and I saw that they had a number of auto-dimming sort of functions and things like that in place. And I've turned on a couple of them, like just a few of the basics that, like, you know, will like kind of kick on after, you know, a couple minutes of idling or whatever. But the most notable and important function is the pixel refresh, which I told Tough about, and he messaged me later to say that it literally fixed the burn-in on the screen. Right.
So I bought this TV a month ago. For that month, I have done as much research as I can handle into the OLED burn-in things, because I got the 77-inch version of this TV, and god damn it, I don't want to have to ever fucking replace it.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
So,
oh my god, that's so fucking big. Jesus.
It's pretty big, man.
That's stupid.
There's a bit there's a clip on the subreddit right now of me checking my email during a stream, and my entire camera blows completely out and I am physically blinded.
Yeah, are you like turning your head from left to right as you're reading, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty intense, man.
So, here's OLED. OLEDs use a compound in their diodes that does actually just straight up run down with use. The TV will lose brightness over time. It will be infinitesimal unless you run down specific colors in specific spots more than the rest of the TV. In RTings or ratings burn-in tests, where they have the clip is in the chat right now if you're live.
I was gonna say, like, because I can usually tell when you open up Google, but like now, if we're just gonna I'm just gonna get assaulted, then maybe not.
So, in ratings tests, they discovered that there is one thing more than any other factor that will just straight up kill your TV, and that is the use case of I leave the TV on in the background with the news playing all day, with CNN's bright red logo that never ever moves.
Oh my god, chyrons.
Okay.
Yeah, also, news stations.
The red is the worst of the diodes. Red on OLED technology leaves the fastest, and the CNN logo is like built to kill you.
Get that shit away from airports. You can't use OLED anywhere near a public service area.
So, number one thing,
boomer beware. Yes.
Don't leave your TV just idling for long periods of time. Right? That's the actual number one thing. If you're not actively using it, fucking turn it off or some shit. Right? The second one is you described the pixel refresher. Schedule that so it turns on every single night.
Really?
There's a there is. If you
every night,
every night.
Isn't that specifically for moments of burn-in? So because there's a limited number of times you can do that because it dims your brightness every time you do it.
So here's the thing: you go into God, where is it? OLED screensaver. You hit your options. You go to picture OLED screensaver. There are three options here. You want to turn pixel refresher to operate once the TV is off. Right?
Okay. But
that doesn't stay. Never mind. You don't have to do it every day.
No, because what I read about it is specifically that it will fix burn-in once burn-in happens, but it is absolutely doing major brightness damage to the TV, and you cannot keep doing that.
And I'm
You
glad
do
I'm
it when
bringing
burn-in happens to fix burn-in, and
it,
that's it.
it shows up that I actually misunderstood this. There's a minor version of this thing, this refresher, that does it self automatically if your TV is on for more than 4 hours. Every time. If your
Okay.
TV is on for more than 4 hours and you turn it off, it runs a very quick version of the pixel refresh.
Okay.
The one we're looking at is the one that takes like a full hour.
Okay.
That is for when you have put in, like, you moved your shit and you're like, uh-oh, Twitter is burnt into my fucking screen. Right?
Yeah,
Or
okay.
what have you. And that is specifically, that can fix image retention. Image retention is basically baby's burn-in, where the Destiny HUD is in my screen, but you run the pixel refresher. Oh, it fixed it, right? Burn-in is like, no, the fucking diode is like charred. It's done. There's no fixing this shit, right?
Okay.
The second
there's
thing
all-
is the logo. Oh, sorry, after you.
No, I was just gonna say because I know that like in combination with that for extreme cases, using the dimmer, which auto dims after idle usage, and using the I forgot what the name of the setting is, but it like literally makes the pixels move slightly over.
So I'm looking at the thing right now. Screen shift.
Screen shift. There we go. Yeah.
It's a goofy feature because the screen is actually about 10 pixels too wide in every direction, and will just slowly move your image left and right and up and down so that it's unlikely that the same pixels will be on for long periods. And then there's logo luminance adjustment. This will affect any part of your screen that doesn't move for long periods of time and turns down the brightness on these about 30%. I tested this out with like a wallpaper and just let it sit for 10 minutes, and like it really turns it down. But when I was playing Final Fantasy, I couldn't tell that like my chat, which didn't move, had gone down until I specifically typed something in, and then it got a lot brighter. So I just turn all that shit on to max.
I also
In addition,
okay, well I was gonna say like that's, I mean, I did all of that, and furthermore, right, hardware wise, I mean the PS5 has its own like power saving settings, but on my PC I have my desktop wallpaper rotating, right? So every 5-10 seconds it switches to like a new fighting game stage or whatever. And literally I've put on screensaver. The old Windows fucking screensaver with the little lasers.
Which one?
The fucking basic one from years ago. What the fuck was it called?
A colored line that flies.
Yeah.
Oh, Mystify. I'm
Mystify.
looking at it right now.
Mystify is back on that bitch. We in there with old ass screensavers. Hell yeah.
I'm looking at it right now. So here's what I did. I did something very similar to that, but I will tell you how you can increase your effectiveness of both of those. One, I cannot recommend for everyone Wallpaper Engine enough. Wallpaper Engine is a $5 program you can buy off of Steam, which is a fucking series of like beautiful high-res animated wallpapers that you can set to fucking scroll in and change per hour or whatever. And I have it set that both of my monitors have different rotating wallpapers currently.
Oh, okay.
Right. And they look very nice. It's super nice. It's a cool program.
Yeah, but I kind of want Mystify right now.
Yeah. I also
Pipes.
set my what do you call it? My screensaver to kick on after 1 minute of inactivity. But here's the thing. My PC setup is that this TV is put on is actually my primary PC setup that I use constantly. In fact, I'm using it right now to look at chat. So what I did is I found a program that is called Actual Multiple Monitors. and one of the features in it is called Save Idle Screens, and it disassociates the screensaver per monitor. So I'm currently moving my mouse in the chat or Discord, but as long as my mouse doesn't move over into the TV's space,
it stays screen saved.
The screensaver will kick on and it will stay on.
Wow, we're getting fancy.
Really useful feature. Also, I killed all the desktop icons.
Yeah, of course, all of them. Yeah. Icons are dead.
Icons gotta go.
Icons are dead. Start menu is gone.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's the start menu is now currently like in the hidden in my second like regular ass LCD.
1,000,000%. Yep.
Everything
changes.
Turn off that TV? Well, the reason why you wouldn't just turn off that TV is because when you constantly add or remove monitors from your Windows, all your settings fucking go crazy. Like your taskbar jumps over to the other monitor, and G-Sync has to re-enable, and it's a whole fucking thing.
I don't even have...
now Mystify kicks on after 1 minute, and I've set up a rule for myself, which is I'm only allowed to use social media on the secondary monitor. I'm not allowed to use Twitter on the OLED.
I don't. I just have the stream laptop for all of like that stuff. I only have a single monitor plugged in for the big TV. So I mean, but that's all pretty like, yeah. These are the steps you want to take, because I'm just like, that's exactly it. I'm like, I understand there's a chance here that it's not even gonna be that bad at the end of the day, but
oh yeah,
this thing is big and it ain't cheap.
Big and it's expensive,
and I want it to last as long as humanly possible. Let's just start being safe from now.
Now, this is probably massive overkill. Like, we are probably overdoing it considerably. However, the use case for our purposes on these TVs is way beyond the average hour's use case for the regular person.
Yes.
First of all, we're using them as monitors, which is the last thing you should do for them. And second of all, I mean, we're working off these things for huge lengths of time at any particular time,
Yeah. And anytime anytime from before the stream starts to after it's done, like, the game might still be just idling on the screen. You know what I mean?
You want that to go away.
Yeah, I walk away from that thing a bunch of times. Or when I'm cross-referencing research for fucking Guilty Gear, and I have giant bright Google Docs up on the screen, and and you know what I mean? Like, it's just, there's times when things are gonna be like static, and like, if I'm hearing horror stories about fucking Destiny and shit, I'm just like, yeah, you know what? Let's just not even chance it. Safe than sorry.
FIFA is like the #1 culprit.
Yeah, Dark Docs. I tried to run so Dark Docs is a Chrome extension that makes the Google Docs, obviously go night mode, and it's fucking not great. It doesn't work consistently. It's weird. It doesn't, like, sometimes it works. Sometimes different zoom amounts allow it to like fuck it up, and unfortunately there's just no integrated night mode for Google Docs, and that is a huge missed opportunity, and that sucks right now as someone who's using it a bunch. But yeah, anyway,
this fucking TV has less than 1 frame of input lag, and I didn't think I'd be able to feel it, but I can totally feel it. My old TV had 2 frames of input lag, and I was like, that's fine. No, it wasn't.
Yeah.
No, like, I can literally feel it in my fucking mouse. And if I'm running my desktop at 120 hertz, it actually has like less than half of 1 frame of input lag.
So you know what I noticed is, did you even bother using it off of game mode for even a second?
Every single input was set to game mode immediately, and it will never come off.
Of course not. However, just for educational purposes, coming off of game mode felt like game mode on my last one.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? The difference.
You know what? My old TV did 34 in game mode and 67 out of it. This one does 34 out of game mode and 14 in it. So yeah, no, it's yeah, you're right. Same thing.
It feels like it feels the same magnitude over, except it was off. It's incredible.
It's crazy.
I have a very clear complaint, however. There's one thing about it that sucks, that's not working very well, and it's the only downside of the TV so far. Do you have a optic speaker plugged in?
Yes, but I have it plugged in via eARC.
Okay. So I'm plugged in on the optic cable with a Sonos sound bar. And what happens is you can set it to only optic in or both TV and that. And then you can control usually using the app or you can set the magic remote, which has a fucking cursor and all that shit.
Wii remote.
Yeah, it's a Wiimote. It's a Wiimote.
Remote.
Yeah,
it's
there's
crazy.
literally, as soon as you move it, there's a cursor on the screen that's just, yeah. So that thing, to set the volume to be controlled by the universal magic remote, you have to go into universal remote settings, pair your optic device, and then have them, sync up. But for some weird reason, 1 in 3 times that I turn the TV on, it forgets the setting, and I have to repair the volume every time, right?
Yeah, I'm using a completely different use case because I have a Bose soundbar plugged in via HDMI, and I don't use the remote to change my volumes because I've been so obsessive about not using headphones for my streams that I've actually used the Bose app on my phone to change it, and I have specific spots that I put the fucking icon underneath. Like I put it underneath the O and S in Bose if I'm playing on console. So that
you don't
it
play with
doesn't
headphones?
I do not.
Wow, okay. Because there's a second fucking goofy ass thing that's happening because of this first problem, is that some sound devices are controlled with like an infrared, detector, and then some are just like linked through Bluetooth. The remote, the universal magic remote that it comes with here, it has both as a feature. But what ends up happening is, because I play with headphones and so does like Reggie, like I mute the TV so that it doesn't come through while we're talking through the mics. The feed goes into the stream, and then we play through the headphones. But when you mute this fucker, there's an icon that pops up that permanently stays on the screen showing you that it's muted.
Oh, there it is.
It stays there. Now,
muted.
Yes. Now, to their credit, the mute icon will move to avoid burn-in because they know they built that in. But you can't get rid of it at all while it's muted unless you do some wonky shit. So here's what you literally have to do. And I found this out through a fucking Reddit thread of people, discovering. You take the remote, you point it at the sound system, but you cover the fucking infrared receptor, and then you press mute. What will happen is it won't actually mute because the speakers don't see the infrared light go off, but the TV knows you press the button because it's Bluetooth connected. So the mute icon will appear, but my speaker will still be active. Then I do a normal mute press uncovered, which mutes the speakers, but the TV thinks it's coming off of mute. So you desync the TV and the speaker, and then press mute, and then it mutes it while keeping the icon gone.
There has to be a better solution. There has to be a better way.
Every time I go to work, that's what I do. Every single time I mute the TV, I have to desync them from each other and then turn it and then fucking unmute it. It's nonsense, but every setting on the TV does not hide the mute option. It's a permanent thing, and people online were discussing the fact that you cannot turn it off. It's dumb shit, but it works.
Wait, why don't you just set the TV's volume to 0?
It then automatically pops up with a mute.
Get out. Oh, I don't use the TV. Yeah. So because I use eArc,
yeah,
it doesn't even use the TV interface.
Yeah.
It just uses my my soundbar's interface.
Yeah. I guess I could put it to 1. I suppose I could put it to 1. You know?
You could put it to 1. Oh, I accidentally just did the thing that you were talking about. Like I was messing with mute and stuff like that, and I accidentally literally saw
Desynced.
that my soundbar was muted,
yeah,
but my TV didn't have the symbol. So I hit it again, and then the symbol came up for half a second, and then went away.
Then it inverted. Yeah, exactly. You desync them. Goofy shit, but it works for now. Maybe
you should turn it to 1.
Yeah, maybe I'll try that. Maybe I'll see how that goes.
Like inaudible. Yeah, good TV. Glad I bought the TV. Yay. So what did I play on that TV? Well, I'll start with games I didn't play on it. And one of which is a shill. And I should mention that part of this shill is because I've made a new friend on the internet who I think they are really cool and smart. And they put out a game recently that I think you should check out. Wooly, I think you should check it out specifically. But everybody should buy it. Because if they get 10,000 copies sold, we'll get Big Horse Mode. And that's Doc Squiddy's, I don't know what to call it, narrative, emotional thing? I don't know what to call it. It's called Adios. Have you seen...
Adios. I got tagged in a tweet where someone said, hey, check it out.
Yeah, I think I saw that.
And I saw the creator reply to that and said that he was talking to you or something.
Yeah. Adios is about 2.5 hours long, and it costs $18. And it is a phenomenally well acted and paced story that is really simple. And it is, you play as a pig farmer who disposes bodies for the mob. And they decide, dude, I can't do this anymore. I'm done. To which the hitman delivering the body says, you don't get to be done.
Mm-hmm.
This is not how this works. And the ensuing attempt to convince each other otherwise over the course of a day.
How'd you hear about it?
How I heard about it was I followed Doc's Twitter because he had that thread a million years ago that was, I can't believe narrative designers are still being brought in to fix up a game's story rather than the game is a story and you should just write everything around it, and described how like Yakuza and Persona give a wealth of emotional context to everything so you give a shit, whereas something like Assassin's Creed Valhalla gives you a quid pro quo storytelling, whereas I want to get to this guy. Yes, but first you need to get to these 3 other guys. Yada, yada, yada. And I became interested in like his thoughts on Destiny and his thoughts on narrative stuff. And then he says, hey, I'm putting out this game, yada, yada.
Okay.
But basically through Twitter.
Cool.
It's incredibly well voice acted and performed. It's very charming. It stabs you kind of in the chest a couple times. Like, Doc is one of those writers that goes, I'm going to make people cry with this one. And you hear the person actually say that, and you go, you're not going to get me. No, he kind of totally did.
Okay.
Like it's like the writing is A+. And it's just fantastic. I can't recommend it enough. Like, in terms of, you should check it out. It's unique, and it's a I don't know what to even call it, but it's something. It's on Steam and Itch.io right now.
You said it's about 2.5 hours long?
It's about 2.5 hours long.
Okay.
No, it's about 90 minutes to 1 hour long.
Okay.
Sorry, I don't know why I added the extra half hour on that.
So,
Game's name is Adios.
okay, interesting. Because you know, no point in docketing it, but the confirmation of the final cut of Disco Elysium confirmed for the 30th.
Yep.
Which leaves a couple of in between sessions now that Batman's done.
You see my fucking schedule this week?
No.
It's fucking chaos. I'm doing fucking Doom, Fortnite, and Kenshi
Oh yeah.
alongside Monster Hunter.
Oh, that's a
Like,
fucking.
it's like
nice.
it's like I need something for the disco.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, exactly. So well, a new LP technically starts this week, and I was going through, you know, a couple of options, and I was looking for stuff that can fit right in. Arkham finished exactly where it was supposed to, but I was hoping Disco would be fucking here. But Disco is.
Did I tell you that I spoke to Disco's PR company like last
really?
week? Yeah, they contacted me probably because I had the old stream on it, and we back and forth. They wanted to send me a hoodie, and I'm like, I'll take a hoodie if it's like anything like the color palette of that game.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm like, dude, when is the game going to come out? I'm trying to plan stuff. When? Just tell me when. And PR man gets back to me and says, well, I can't give you an exact date, but it will definitely be March.
Uh-huh.
But it's probably going to be the last possible second. And then like 2 or 3 days later, it got announced for the 30th, which is
Literally
the last possible second.
Mm-hmm.
Even the 31st doesn't count because in some regions that would be April.
Yeah. So, there's a couple of like filler time streams to throw in there. So for me at least, what I was gonna likely do was pop in No Straight Roads actually, and play that with Reggie. And see what else we can fit in. So that lines up pretty nicely. Never mind Fortnite. Why Kenshi?
I figured it'd be a nice palate cleanser for Fortnite. Because I was like, you know what? I got people on my timeline posting victory royales, and I'm pissed off because I'm good at video games. I can do it. But also, whatever. Fuck it. Why not? Fuck it.
It's not because of the FOMO of the costumes?
No, actually, I loaded the game. I loaded the game up last week to see every costume I could have ever conceivably care about leaving the store in 4 hours.
Okay.
And I went, wow, this might be the worst first impression I have ever received of any game in my entire life. Like, the first thing it says is, hey, man, buy the Battle Pass, buy the subscription. I'm like, no. And then it kicks you to the store and goes, you have 4 hours to decide whether or not you ever want to play as Ryu or the alien.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow. Holy shit. Oh, wow. Oh, god damn it.
I'm reminded of those anniversary Overwatch costumes or skins. Or didn't Warframe archive like
Warframe
suits?
has its own whole system that's actually very complicated.
But at the end of the day, there's shit you can't get.
Warframe has like a Disney vault system. They even call it vaulting. Everything that is vaulted will come back, but it's like there's too much shit in that game that if they don't vault things, the loot pool will become unusably horrible. Right? Because if they added every piece of gear in Warframe to be available, if you said, hey, I want to go get this piece, you would show up and it has like a sub 0.5% chance of dropping because it has to share the pool with everything else that could ever be. So they do these things where they unvault items for like 60 days and they go, hey, did you miss Banshee Prime? You can totally just get Banshee Prime from the following places for the next 60 days.
So they're vaulting it to save the game.
Basically.
Whereas Chun-Li's ass is being vaulted.
So you buy it now.
Yeah, okay.
The other thing about Warframe that's very important is that when you get a vaulted item, it always comes inside like a like an orb. I forget what they're called. And you have to crack open the orb to get it. Both the orbs, like you can get 1 million of those orbs and not open them, and you'll just keep them forever, right? But also, say you wanted Banshee Prime and Banshee Prime is currently vaulted, another player can just give you their extras. Like they're freely tradable. So it's not like there's never a situation where you're like, oh man, I sure would love to play as Chroma Prime. And the game goes, no, you will not be able to play for Chroma Prime for 6 months. It goes, no, just trade shit with a different player. Somebody's got Chroma's parts. But the Fortnite shit is like, do you want to play as Ryu? You better give us $9 in the next 20 minutes.
Did you do it?
Holy sh! No! Fuck no. But I looked at my list of games that I in my brain of games that people keep telling me I should stream, and the top of the most annoying, consistent ask and the weirdest, most intensely bizarre PC game I could think of was Kenshi. So y'all are gonna get Kenshi and Fortnite right next to each other, so that the whiplash might kill you all.
Okay. Have you booted Kenshi?
I booted Kenshi this morning.
Okay.
And I looked at it. And I said, we're going to save this confusion for the live broadcast.
Okay. Good.
We're going to save this.
It's good.
I hit new game and it just dropped me into an empty spot with like 35 buttons on the screen. And I'm like, what do you do?
Save it.
What do you do?
Save it. It's good.
All right.
It's good.
So I played Adios. You should play Adios. It's great. Like, I'm not just shilling it because it's a friend of mine, but it is legitimately great. You will not regret it. It currently has an overwhelmingly positive review score on Steam.
Well, a guy who made a thread about the importance of narrative in games made a good game with a narrative. Wow.
Yeah, right. The voice acting is also just like fucking A+ impeccable. Like the hitman that is trying to convince you to not stop or else is voiced by DC Douglas. Who you probably... I'm noticing your eyes aren't exploding. It's Wesker.
Oh, cool.
But he's doing a normal man voice.
Okay.
Instead of, you know...
Yeah, I'm not going to know
Bioman.
Resident Evil voice actors by name.
Well, you should. You should. Shame. I also played... What the hell? I'm actually having to go to my my stream shit right now. Oh, Christ! Yeah, me and Paige watched Demolition Man fucking 2-3 nights ago. She had never seen it. Oh, man, that movie's so great.
Okay, but you've seen it.
Oh, I've seen it 100 times.
Yeah, okay. All right.
And I was just like, hey, we're looking at movies we could watch. And I'm like, she's like, what's that? Oh, it's Demolition Man. It's fucking trash. It's amazing. They get Dennis Leary to just walk onto the fucking screen and just start doing a bit for no reason about how he wants to eat cheeseburgers.
Which restaurant did you watch? Was in your version?
Pizza Hut.
Pizza Hut? Okay, yeah.
It was horribly dubbed over. Oh, man.
It's good. It's good.
And right before the movie started, I'm like, oh, Sandra Bullock's in this one. She says, well, really? I go, yeah, her and Stallone have graphic on-screen sex in the middle of the movie. She looks at me and says, I don't believe you. That's not happening. And sure enough, they have graphic on-screen sexual intercourse right in the middle of the movie. It's true.
I don't remember how graphic it was, but I don't think anything's going to top, like, Watchmen, where you can literally see, like, the compression and vibrations of the ass being slapped. So I don't think... I feel like unless they just explicitly went rated X, which they didn't.
They did not.
No. It probably doesn't.
I'm making a joke. You'll have to watch Demolition Man again to understand the joke. Yeah, Demo Man's fucking great. It's a great movie. If you haven't watched Demolition Man, you should fucking watch Demolition Man because it is peak 80s garbage.
So apparently DC Douglas did a stint on various TV shows, including, but not limited to, Coach, General Hospital, Days of Our Lives, Melrose Place,
Oh, wow.
The Young and the Restless, Diagnosis
Wow.
Murder, Bold and the Beautiful, Beverly Hills 90210, Charmed, That 80s Show, ER, Star Trek Enterprise, JAG, NYPD Blue, 24, Criminal Minds.
24?
He was in 24, apparently. He's Blake Simon. Two Broke
I know who
Girls.
that is.
NCIS. Sharknado 2.
Wait, are you telling me there's a through line that's 1 degree of separation from goddamn Kat Dennings to Wesker?
Clearly. And he also has a bunch of anime under his credits as well.
Oh,
so,
sure.
Yeah. He's Yoshikage Kira.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He is.
okay. All right. Yep. Got it.
All right, let's see. I'm looking at the list. What else did I play? I played Adios. Oh, I played the new Satisfactory update, and then it caused me to stop playing Satisfactory because when an early access game means they're putting out an experimental build, sometimes they're mean it'll be a little bit buggy, and sometimes it's
Kamoshida.
fucking
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
experimental build.
He's Kamoshida. Okay, all right.
He's Kamoshida. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
But you know what I mean about like the various stability levels of certain types of builds with early access.
Yeah,
Sometimes,
did you load your save up and get fucked?
No, I loaded my save up and it was fine. And then the next day I loaded my save up and my performance was so terrible that the game was bordering on unplayable.
Okay.
Let's see what else we got in here. Sorry, I'm trying to clean a dog at this current time. Oh right. Also, I checked out indie horror game called Moondown. Mundaun. Moondown. This thing is a black and white pencil styled horror game that takes place in the like blindingly bright Swiss Alps. And when I say pencil styled, I mean every texture is penciled. They're all scanned in pencil drawings.
Like simulated render pencil
No.
or actual?
No, like I drew it on a paper
Okay.
and then I scanned it in.
Moondown.
Yeah, it's fucking weird and Swiss and features a language I've never even heard of before, which is called Romanche, which is a Swiss romance language. And is pretty
Oh.
great.
Wow, interesting art style. Okay.
It's really weird. Yeah. It's pretty great. And that's pretty much it for my week. Excuse me, I gotta clean this dog. He's filthy. Dog cleaning.
Wait, is this... No, this is 3D. Okay.
It is 3D, but it's weird looking, huh?
Yeah, okay. Low poly, but sketched textures.
Speak.
Weird.
There you
Okay.
go. I also, last but not least, oh man, everybody's yelling at me in the chat to not forget about this one. I played Factorio, which is the spiritual predecessor to Satisfactory, where it started. It's 2D. It looks like Brood War.
Yep.
And I'm sitting there going, this looks just like Brood War. And I was then informed that that's on purpose. It's supposed to look like Brood War. It's interesting to see like a genre build out of a series of spiritual sequels. And Factorio is like the first of these to get really big and like the daddy of all of these. And it's mean. Like it is a lot meaner to the player than all of its subsidiaries or spiritual follow-ups. Like shit comes to kill you in that game.
That's like every Neo genre, though, isn't it? Right? Like I remember back in the day, there was an article written about how, like, there's a trend in games, and specifically Nintendo is good at this, at like creating a Neo genre, but then abandoning it, and then people come in and like make derivatives that then eventually improve on the style, and then go a whole different direction and create an established game genre that Nintendo could no longer give a fuck about in most cases, or is only dabbling in and out here and there, but like it just becomes its own beast. You know, kart racing and Smash Likes being the two notables.
Yeah, so the original creation of this is Minecraft's redstone technology shit, which
Okay.
is that stuff that you see people using to make calculators and all that stupid mechanical shit.
Yeah.
Then that became mods that built up on that. And then Factorio looked at that and went, why don't I just make a game that's that? Which is to build the factory. And then Satisfactory looks at Factorio and goes, what if you built the factory, but in 3D,
In 3D,
though?
yeah.
And then Dyson Sphere Project looks at Satisfactory and goes, what if you built the factory in 3D, though, but on a different planet?
In space, yeah.
Yeah, and so on. And Astroneer's in there somewhere.
Well, Factorio, like I said, every screenshot I've seen of it, when it's like a particularly complex like build, resembles almost like designing a motherboard or like a breadboard with circuits and wiring, and you know, it looks really cool.
The game was designed by a bunch of programmers, and it is intentional that when you zoom out of your factory, if you have built it correctly, it is supposed to look like a microchip.
Okay, cool, yeah, very strong.
And even my absolute piece of shit that I made after like a 2-3 hour stream, I zoomed out and was like, that's just a fucking microchip. That's just like copper, iron, plate, rod, wire, green chip, assembler, bam. And then I zoom out and it's like, oh, well, there it is. That game's great. And the best thing about it is a feature I didn't get to. And it's a feature that will probably never, ever, ever come to Satisfactory, which is once you have created a layout that you're like, this is the layout I want to expand with.
The structure copy.
You just copy paste it, and then you tell robots to go build it for you.
Yeah, that's the most appealing thing that you said Satisfactory didn't have that made me go, ooh, because my most desired thing after perfecting a formula would be to then replicate it if I had the sufficient resources. But having to do it slowly would be a bit of a pain in the ass.
I'm not sure if Satisfactory will ever do it because the Factorio world is, first of all, it's 2D, so there's no vertical, right? But it's also randomly generated and infinite, right? So you can run out of resources, and then you'll need to go, I need a new iron plant, and then you use your existing iron plant design and you just, you know, move it over. With Satisfactory, all the resources are infinite. Like, they're infinite forever. And with the addition of 3D space and the layout changes, like, copy paste would be much more difficult to implement because it's not just a 2D, you know, like drag and drop. It's like you would have to deal with elevation changes. You would have to deal with shit that gets in the way, like land masses and whatnot. I hope that is the final thing they add to Satisfactory. Once all their progression is done and all that, they go, okay, at tier 8 or 9 or whatever the fuck it is, you unlock the ability to have drones go and take resources out of your existing shit and just build a completed factory for you.
I mean, it wouldn't have to be macro level copy paste. Like, even if it was a matter of like small, like grouping, Like not micro, like mid-crow, you know, like
Dude,
mid-level grouping.
Even if it was shit, like, dude, just put 8 generators down here in a row. You know? Even if it was like, dude, put 7 assemblers next to each other.
Yeah, just
right next to each other.
That many less clicks.
Yeah. Because, like, I did a stream the other day of Satisfactory, and, like, I built a factory on stream from, like, ground up. And it's, like, a not insignificant portion of that time was connecting devices to the cabling.
Mm-hmm.
Like, literally going to a power supply and cabling it to a pole and then linking all of those up to electricity. But yeah, Mundown, like, Factorio is like, first of all, the best thing about it is that it's finished. It's on 1.1.
Right.
And it is feature complete, and it has every feature you could ever ask for. Whereas I look at Satisfactory, which I'll admit is much more interesting to me, and it is very not feature complete. It is.
I'm going to go ahead and guess
like,
that
it's got a year to go, probably.
I'm going to guess that it doesn't scratch the same itch because you can't walk through your creation afterwards.
That's pretty much it.
Yeah, okay. Correct, yeah.
That, like, being ground level and being able to fucking look at it is, like, a big deal. Like, I want to look at it. Well, that's it for my week. If you want to check out a fucking tonally dissonant nightmare series of streams, go on down to twitch.tv/PatStaresAt. You're going to get all sorts of weird shit, like Kenshi and Fortnite and Monster Hunter. And the game that I'm streaming tomorrow, which I forget what it is, it's Doom. That's right. You know, they toned down the last DLC's difficulty in the past couple weeks.
It's on regular settings?
What do you mean?
Like tone down all difficulties?
Yeah.
Why?
Because it was fucked. Because it was fucked up. Did you beat Ancient Gods Part 1?
No. I was planning to probably just do the set together
fucked
at some point. Yeah.
It's like, and also when, like, I imagine if they put out Ancient Gods Part 2, if they made it harder than the last one, like, oh my god. That's
okay.
That fucking
3 Marauders, huh? Wow. Okay.
Well, no, one of the encounters in Ancient Gods very early is 2 Marauders plus enemies.
Right. And yeah, and you did explain there's the new. I remember back then the new enemy as well was like a.
The ghost thing is just outrageous.
Yep. Yeah, I'll likely get around to just going through the set of them, and yeah, I mean when it can fit on the schedule, again it's when I can.
Well, I mean, if you want to, you can do it all this week before. Sorry, not this week. I mean, this week before fucking disco. But you should do Adios instead.
Well, that's what I'm saying, and I also mentioned No Straight Roads, and there's other things that are cool that would be exciting if done that are good too. So, it's always a matter of cool. What do you want to trade off? And yeah. I got cool things, but I'm gonna come back to Doom. I did a whole lot of first-person shooters back to back. I did Half-Life into Doom into Halo into Call of Duty.
Man. You did your goddamn homework, like 10 years of homework, in like 3 months.
Coming off of Spec Ops before that, mind you. So, like, I did first-person shooters for a minute. I did my homework, as you said. So, we're going to come back around. But I would say that, like, all 3 Halos, both Dooms, and a Call of Duty, and a Half-Life for good measure is a sufficient amount of like due diligence on FPS.
I am so fascinated. I don't. Have we done this before, where we're both like looking at the same game's release date and going,
I don't know, but I mean, this is one that I like legitimately sat there and tried to workshop the LP in the original version, and then just realized our throats would die. You know.
What kind of cop you looking to play?
We're gonna see. So I mean, I can play my way and lean into the type of build, get some of that Inland Empire going, get some of that Hobo Cop going, but
damn
it. I want to add in like Reggie's input as the X variable here. So
That's true.
I'm gonna see if I can get his opinion on some stats, and we'll build a new version together.
I'm very torn as to whether or not I want to be Hobo Cop or Sorry Cop. Sorry Cop has a real appeal. Especially for that character. He should apologize.
I want to talk to that lady and fucking scrounge some bucks.
You ever get to the part where like Kim starts screaming at you to stop asking people for change?
I think so. It's been a minute.
Man.
I think I did.
It's so good. It's like, holy fucking shit, stop telling people you're a cop and then asking them for change and putting it in this bag. It's so pathetic. Oh, man.
Yeah. No, it looks good. Cool.
All right, let's head over to the rest of the podcast.
Well, first comes Breaktown. And
that's true.
Inside of Breaktown comes bathroom
Piss.
time.
Yeah.
Okay, be right back after these messages. Alrighty. Let's take a quick word from our sponsors.
Give sponsor.
This week, the podcast is brought to you by Hey Now. Refresh.
Oh no! What happened
be
to our
okay.
delicious sponsors?
It'll be okay. Right here. Away. We've talked about them in the past, and
We have.
Talk to you about them again. Away makes the best goddamn suitcases you've ever seen. Definitely the best I've ever used. And
Listen, you want a good suitcase? Just get an Away suitcase. You'll have a good suitcase.
it really is that simple, but there's so much more. I have regaled the story of when the bag I was rolling through the airport just busted a wheel out on me, and then I had to drag it with two arms horribly, and it fucking sucked. I've also been in a similar situation where, Punch Mom had her luggage also fall apart in various ways, and all kinds of awkward times for your luggage to just crap out on you. And Away has been like super reliable for years now, super solid with the build, the shape, the ability to squeeze it into your carry-on when necessary, and of course the travel bag where you can put your dirty laundry, where you don't have to mix it in with your clean stuff, separates it entirely. And the most useful feature that I'm gonna keep harping on about, the charge battery that I can't ever really, I don't leave home without it. It's a backup phone charge battery that you just plug in USB. You can get 2 ports going on it, and yeah, it charges my phone back up an extra 3 times to death. So super duper valuable, and that has become just a constant thing, is me and Punch Mom trading off. In fact, we've got 2 of them lying around just for purposes, and you can hide that right inside the little carry area in the front where the handle is. So best goddamn suitcases ever. It's just that simple. But if that ain't enough, there's the 100-day trial, so you can take it and try it out for over 3 months. And if over 3 months is not enough, then I don't know what the fuck is. But 100 days to decide if it's right for you, and you get a full refund if you don't like it. But you will. It's designed to last a lifetime. Yeah, free returns and shipping in the contiguous US, UK, Europe, and Canada. So yeah, you can start your 100-day free trial. You can start your 100-day trial and shop the entire Away lineup of travel essentials, including their best-selling suitcases, at awaytravel.com/beast. That's awaytravel.com/beast. Thanks, Away.
Thanks, Away.
This week, the podcast is also sponsored by the one and only Manly Bands. You remember Manly Bands, don't you?
I got a Manly Band on my man hand right now, though it is admittedly not from Manly Band. I get what they're going with the name.
Yeah, I got me a Manly Band. I got the record producer, which is the oh so clean, just nice black on the outside, the obsidian on the outside, the gold on the inside. Very like subtle and nicely done. But for those of you who don't know, Manly Bands are about getting that perfect wedding ring for guys, as they say, for the most part, the perfect wedding ring, for with the cut clarity, carat color, and all that stuff, and the fine jewelry is usually where a lot of the work goes in. But Manly Bands is about rescuing you from the hellish band buying experience. And yeah, if you take a look at their site, you can see a number of various styles, some of which are made of like oak barrel and wood and just all kinds of patterns and styles. Gold, wood, antler, steel, and even dinosaur bone, and the meteorites that killed them.
Are any of them made out of the sky metal that will help me defeat the snake god?
You will be able to defeat Rathamon with one of these rings.
The meteorite ones, right?
That is exactly correct.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
One of these rings will enable you to join Conan and defeat the evil, cruel wizard.
Just punch Rathamon right in the fucking face.
There you go.
Bam, done. We're off to space with you.
But until that time, you can choose from the Manly Band's curated collections, including the Jack Daniel's whiskey barrel. Even if you want to go for that style, check them out. They've got a 30-day exchange policy, free warranty, free shipping worldwide. Can't get much better than that. And right here in the print, while there might be a 50% chance of your marriage working out, there's a 100% chance you're gonna love your band.
Did you say one of those was like oak barrels for like whiskey?
Yeah, Jack Daniel's whiskey barrel.
Huh. Okay, so if you're not super sure that it's gonna last, go ahead and get that one, and then when you're worried about your future, you can just like taste it and see what you're gonna be doing when you get divorced.
You just lick the ring, and you just be like,
just lick the ring, and you be like, don't worry,
good times.
I'll have Jack Daniels to comfort me when she leaves.
Mm-hmm. Otherwise, it's a coin flip right there. It's a mix-up. You gonna block it? You're gonna get hit. It was an option select. Haha. To order your Manly Band and get 21% off plus a free silicone ring, you go to manlybands.com/superbeast. That's manlybands.com/superbeast for 21% off. Manly Bands, best damn rings, period. Oh, yeah, I also forgot to mention that they send you a ring sizer to make sure everything fits perfectly right before they send you the ring that you order. So, again, the process is made easy. That's manlybands.com/superbeast. Thank you, Manly Bands.
Thanks, Manly Bands.
And this week, last but not least, podcast is also sponsored by HelloFresh. You know the deal. Eating right.
I made
work.
some good meals with HelloFresh.
Did you?
Yeah, they looked like real food that a real human being would make, not like whatever my goblin cooking manages.
And then did you then take that plate and go resume, shoveling it into your face while doing some other secondary activity?
Yeah.
Yeah, the time was saved cooking, and then you got to go back to whatever important other thing you were doing.
Let's be real. I'm not doing anything important.
Fresh, pre-measured ingredients, mouth-watering, seasonal recipes delivered right to your door. HelloFresh lets you skip trips to the grocery store, makes home cooking easy and fun, and it's America's #1 meal kit. That's what they're calling it.
I'll believe that.
That's word on the street here in Canada, is that it's America's #1 meal kit. Apparently so. But no, of course the regular meal planning and time it takes to cook, to eat healthy, to eat good meals, home cooked with all the ingredients you recognize, sucks. So this is cutting out all of that and lets you just get right to the pre-measured ingredients on the table. Takes you about 30 minutes or less. How long? I don't know how long it took you, but
it takes me longer, but I'm obsessive about my setup. Like the actual cooking time for you is usually about 20 minutes, but I take all my pots and pans and organize them so that whenever I need one, I just go, yeah, right. Drives Paige crazy.
Yeah,
I spend
so
more time organizing my stuff than I do cooking.
there you go. Normal people generally are able to get this within the 10 to 20 minute range. So over 25 recipes to choose from each week, something for everyone to enjoy, designed and tested by professional chefs and nutrition experts. It's that simple. So yeah. If you would like to get in on some of these different plans available, including like low calorie, carb smart, vegetarian options, whatever it is you're looking for, you want to go to hellofresh.com/superbeast12 and use code superbeast12 for 12 meals free, including free shipping. Once again, that's hellofresh.com/superbeast12 and use code superbeast12 for 12 free meals, including free shipping. It's a lot of free meals. So get in on it. America's #1 meal kit. Thank you very much, HelloFresh.
Thanks, HelloFresh.
Okay. So what's this about the Xbox Network?
That's right. Microsoft thought it was confusing to call it Xbox Live, so after 20 years, they're going to call it the Xbox Network.
Because that's what's going to turn this thing around. A good old
This feels
rebrand.
like some fucking stupid asshole going, I need to do something this quarter so it doesn't look like I'm not doing anything. I know what I'll do. This is legitimately super stupid because Xbox Live is so much better known than PlayStation Network.
Yeah, it actually is. The words Xbox Live have been a staple for years that have come to mean so much, including Xbox Live Kids and Xbox Live Tactics. You know, it's been a good 2 decades now.
2001. Well, we've built up a brand over 20 years, and we thought that would be a good idea to waste all that time.
Man, I got that XX sitting there, and all I can say is I really wanted to play Devil May Cry.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this is rolling out. Apparently, 18 years ago was the original Xbox Live launch, and Major Nelson has renamed himself from Xbox Live's Major Nelson to just Xbox's Major Nelson. How about that?
Oh, not the Xbox Network's Major Nelson?
Seems not.
Oh. Almost like it's stupid.
Well,
everyone involved at Microsoft and naming things should be fired. Straight up.
I mean, this story does replace the last story about Xbox Live, which, if you recall, was the price hike for gold. That was then reversed.
It can't actually be that by calling it something different that search results will change so that the price hike doesn't come up.
You don't want to believe that?
Oh my god, that would be like just the most short-sighted fucking cynical thing possible.
No. They undid the price hike, so it's definitely not that. But it's just funny cuz like literally the last time Xbox Live was discussed in the news, it was about that whole debacle, you know. So yeah, I'm that's too much fiasco for me. I couldn't imagine. But anyway, sure. Whatever. It's a rename. Is what it is.
That's stupid.
Other stuff going down, though. Other big things. Because, hey, at least the games that you played on Xbox Live Arcade are
will continue to exist.
still there. Oh, this happened. I saw this right before we went live. Fucking, I hate everything. Because now I'm like legitimately looking twice at my options here. So, the report is coming in that the PS3, Vita, and PSP stores are going to permanently close in a few months, meaning you will no longer be able to buy anything on PSN on those respective consoles. Yes, that means exactly what it sounds like. The PSP Go will serve no function whatsoever, as it is digital only. I've been using those consoles and those PSN stores frequently over the last couple years. Anytime I wanted to go back and play a thing, or if Punch Mom was going to play a thing, like we would load it up on the Vita TV. I've played when I went back to play Parasite Eve. That's how we did it. You know, when I felt like popping in Crisis Core the other day, that's how we did it. Like, I honestly have been making use of that. And I was probably going to go get P3. Yeah, we were literally talking about getting P3 Portable because she wanted to start that at some point in the near future. Danganronpa, a bunch of shit I've been going back to. And on PS3, there's a whole bunch of shit that's like, you know, worth going back to and popping in. This is stupid, man. Without providing an alternative for a bunch of these games, like you're just going to kill them off. It's still a rumor right now, but if it's true, that's the dumbest shit ever with like nearly 2 months to go. We got God Hand the other day, you know, and that was sheerly through browsing the shop. If you want to play Persona 4 Arena or Ultimax, that's how you gotta fucking do it. Like, literally everything classic that just isn't available in any other way. Spec Ops that I went back to play, you know, like all this shit, man.
Well, I'm sure the free market will find a way for the average consumer to get a hold of those products.
Sounds like it. Seems so. But my concern is with the PS3 games. Because how would that work?
Yeah, PS3 emulation is notoriously terrible. But the main issue is that once the clock dies in your PS3, it can't authenticate your digital games.
So that's the second story we were tagged in, is that, yes, there is a concern that there's going to be a moment, kind of like when all the NESs died out because their batteries stopped working. There's going to be a moment where that's going to happen on PS3 as well. And according to Does It Play on Twitter, the PS3 modding community is... they're seeing that when you're unable to sync the clock up with your digital games, you won't be able to play them even if you were to rush out and buy them now. And on PS4, the CMOS battery death kills the disc playback as well. So...
Oh, wow, that's extra crazy.
So literally PS4 is going to have a death cycle at some point as well. Thanks, Sony. Good job. That's good.
That's fucking stupid.
I mean, if they can't find a way to, like, mod that shit or, you know, do some sort of, like, soft or hardware mod, whatever it would take, you know, then, yeah, every single PS4 is on a timer. And that's the end of that, physical or digital.
Yay.
So this is shit news, and we'll see where it go. But in the meantime, like, there's a bunch of LPs and things I've thought about, like, doing that involve going back to the Vita, PSP, and PS3 and PS2.
I've got digital PS3 games sitting on my fucking PS3 right now, waiting for a time for me to put them into the schedule.
Yeah, straight up, tons. You know, and now just like having that all fucking like, again, like, you know, there's ways around it, but not for PS3 yet, at least as far as I know. You know, or at the very least, not without some trouble.
If only there was a solution to this problem. An ocean-based solution. Out there.
But
amongst the seas.
Yes. But is the PS3 seaworthy?
We're about to fucking find out, aren't we?
Does maritime law apply to the PS3?
We will find out in the near future if this shit starts to go down. As suddenly there will be some kind of mass incentive to leave land behind.
Because for my entire understanding of the life cycle of this console, she's not been seaworthy.
It's true. That is the current state.
So it's not so simple. Now,
like
the
legit,
question,
like the way to justify buying so many of my games on Steam. Like, granted, Steam could go away in a similar state, but changing it so that I can get a hold of my existing Steam games is a lot easier than a PS3 exclusive.
Now, I chuckled when I saw a tweet earlier today, which was the original first story I was going to talk about, which was game preservationists Project Deluge release 700 PS2 prototypes and demos that were going to be wiped from existence.
Cool.
And hard cut to the dude sitting in the chair going, and so I took that personally. You know? And Sony just went like, oh, word? On God? Mm-hmm.
What I really don't understand is that Sony has, at the very least, the last I checked, it has a top-notch internal PSP and PS2 emulator that runs on the PS4. And this was used in a couple games, but Star Wars Bounty Hunter runs on it.
It's the Michael Jordan meme. Yes, correct.
And it's an excellent internal first-party emulator.
No cap.
And like, I would just kill for the ability to. Fuck it. I'll rebuy PS2 games for $10 on my PS5. I don't give a shit. PS3 games too. Like, whatever. Like, just have them stay available. Why are you telling me that it's not a bit like?
So
why?
Oftentimes,
what possible benefit is there?
Yeah, because there's money and then there's server costs and yada yada. But oftentimes, if it's anything like Nintendo, you would assume, oh, it's because they want to control the re-release and package of these classics. But they're never going to offer the number.
Yeah,
but
games. They're not going to do that.
You're going to get the 10 best sellers, and the rest can fuck off forever.
Yeah.
Or like the eShop, literally, who gives a shit? They're dead. You know? It is definitely within any hardware manufacturer's interest to...
What? Oh, hold on. I just saw like something really stupid. I just saw somebody go and say the reason why Nintendo games have great emulation is because the games are tied to the old consoles only. Like, are you talking about Nintendo's emulation? And Nintendo's emulation is terrible of their own games. The versions of, like, I remember playing Super Paper Mario RPG. Wait, what's it called? Super Mario RPG.
Mm-hmm.
And that thing emulated like fucking shit. It looked like garbage.
Yeah, one guy strikes.
Fucking Mario Sunshine on the Switch right now is like trash.
Oh, isn't didn't those that collection fucking go off sale?
Not
This
quite,
month?
but they're about to.
It's about to. You're about to not be able to buy it, right?
Yeah.
I almost forgot about that. Fucking artificial scarcity and
If
bullshit.
like, it's funny because I didn't even have to engage with that discussion because it doesn't include Super Mario Galaxy 2. Right? It's like, if you had included Super Mario Galaxy 2, I might have even thought about it. But you didn't, and I don't know why you didn't.
Well, yeah, so right now the again, the Sony thing is still rumor, but it's being shared by various credible news sources as a credible rumor. So, what I was saying earlier is that, like, it feels as if, like, you know, there's always a move where if you take old games off, if you deny the ability to buy a bunch of old games from previous generations, then yeah, you get to control how you re-release those, for what price, when, and where on your new things. But if there was a guarantee that it was just a matter of, like, we're migrating the store to the PS5 and
that'd be fine.
Then that's it, right? At the end of the day, it's just like, okay, dick move for anybody who, you know, still had those old consoles. That'd be really shitty, but at least it would be, like, not a matter of, like, losing archival records of games existing, you know? So
if a company turns their own products into abandonware, then there is absolutely no moral quandary about their acquisition.
Providing they're seaworthy.
Oh, no, I'm just saying there's no moral quandary.
Sure.
I mean, I still remember you being interviewed. Hey, can I watch Game of Thrones? No, you can't. Well, they shut the fuck up. You're not allowed to watch Game of Thrones.
Here's money.
No, I don't care. I don't want you to watch it.
Okay.
I don't want your money. I want you to not watch it.
Okay. Thank you. So Project Deluge saved 700 demos and prototypes from the PS2 era and dumped them all online. A bunch of these are unique, non-final builds of games, including Katamari and Wrath of Cortex, Shadow of the Colossus, Final Fantasy X-2, God Hand, Dino Stalker, Taz the Tasmanian Tiger,
Fucking
Simpsons
Dino
Skateboarding.
Stalker. Are you kidding me? Oh,
yeah.
Man.
A bunch of these, like, early versions, E3 prototypes in many cases. A whole bunch of them. And yeah, these were pretty much saved from being forgotten. And, like, this shit is fun to look at. It's fun to go back and see prototype footage of games or early builds of things and see what got edited, changed, and, you know, brought forward. Looking at the complete list right here and now, you best believe Capcom Fighting Evolution is here.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. They definitely, like, as soon as I scrolled, it's the first thing my mouse just stopped on. Oh, yeah, no, there's a bunch in there. Digital Devil Saga. Humongous list. Fatal Frame 3, 2, Evil Dead, Hitman.
Wow, that Evil Dead game is terrible.
But yeah, this is, like, hand in hand with the possibility of losing all these games off of PSN comes this dump of history. So, score 1 for the preservationists. At the end of the day, like, I think the internet really will not let anything that can be saved, ever be forgotten, as far as games go. Although, if we go the route of Luna and Stadia and these games where you never actually get access to the game itself, then that immediately becomes impossible, right? If we get into the world of like games exclusive to streaming services, then you will never be able to preserve them. So
yeah, I'm never going to support that.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to do everything in my limited power to anti-support that.
I will support it if it's an extension of your ownership of the game as a service. I.e., if I own this and I want to be able to stream it to, if I bought when Punch Mom played P5, she streamed it from my PS4 in the living room to the Vita TV on the other side and played it that way.
But that's not streaming from the service. You're just streaming from your device.
From the console, certainly, yes. But
yeah.
But I mean that to say that even if they were to implement it on a like software level where it was like, I don't know, if let's say that you could like integrate Parsec in some way where it was like play a fighting game with a friend who might not own it but can still stream to it, and you can allow up to one connection to play with you and have someone else who doesn't have the game be able to play it with a decent amount of lag to consider. I'd support that, but not this idea of you never own anything but your metadata, go fuck yourself.
Well, I mean, when they say that to you, you go, uh-huh. And someone will find a way.
And as we move forward in time, like, these are all consoles that, still have physical alternatives. Eventually, the future will hit where we'll be talking about things that don't have physical alternatives. In fact, the Nintendo eShop was exactly that. So, anyway,
this sucks.
Alongside this rumor, some other Sony news was dropped. One, they revealed the new VR controller. It's a VR controller. It detects your fingers.
Yeah, it's a goofy looking little thingy.
It's got the little, it's an orb thing that's not unlike the Oculus one, or to some degree the other Vive ones. But like, yeah, it's it's got all the standard new VR controller thingamabobs and what's-its. Sure. They also announced that in partnership with startup company RTS, Sony Interactive Entertainment has acquired the Evolution Championship Series.
Evo 2021. Evo's dead again! It's gonna be all sanitized in esports! What are they gonna do, Wooly? Are games gonna pay to get into Evo now that it's all corporate? Oh my god.
Mario Kart. Never forget. In partnership with Toyota or whatever.
Oh man, so the Mario Kart one was absolutely wild, but like to me it's the Cross Tekken.
Yeah.
It's like
Cross Tekken and Street Fighter blah. The Skullgirls and the Samurai
the
Showdown.
MK11 getting in after the
We've done this. We've done this for sure.
I mean,
was it Mercedes? Sure. Car company.
The important thing is they said, like, no, of course other companies' shit will still be at Evo. We're not going to like mandate it to be fucking Sony shit.
Yes. That's kind of like, that's the first thing that you wonder, and that's the first thing that, like, I think Mark Mann came out and explained, which is important because for years, like, everything has been running on PlayStation's pretty heavily. However, like Tekken still has PC and Smash is Smash, so Evo is still not 100% PlayStation. There's always some stuff that is running on other platforms. So you can't just suddenly force Tekken players to switch over to console all of a sudden like that if for sponsorship purposes.
Also, Gotta say, pretty shrewd to buy Evo now.
It makes sense to me, right? I feel as if, like, they probably had 2020 and all of that shit go down, and then they went, okay, are we going to be able to have an Evo 2021? Wait and see. How is this all going to pan out? A year later, not happening. We're not going to be able to hold it again. So it's going to be another online event. Can Evo afford to not be held for 2 years in a row? Maybe not. Maybe
It can
not.
now.
So now this kind of goes, yeah, sure. Sony steps in. Makes sense to me, you know?
Sony gets to buy real low.
Yeah, these
what fucking bargaining power does Evo have at the discussion when they're not able to actually have their event?
Like Evo, you know, going back to its Battle by the Bay days, kind of just sweltered up with momentum and became, you know, the world, as they say, the world finals, quote unquote, for many fighting games. Eventually, companies kind of went in and started making their own tours and events, but this thing is so gargantuan at this point. They have these massive Vegas contracts and deals that they have, you know, with that Triple Perfect has with various hotels on the Strip and shit like that. Like, they definitely are bleeding money during this pandemic, and I can't imagine a third year taking a hit like that without needing major financial support. So, you know, I don't want to assume that it was like deathbed, but this kind of makes sense considering how close their partnership was in the past already too.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know who RTS is. It seems like they're just a new startup, you know? So yeah. We'll see what that means.
Maybe this means Sony's going to have a big new fighting game.
I expect it more so likely just means like branding, and the convention side of things is going to have a gigantic Sony section with
maybe
all of their
maybe that shit. Riot game that Tony and the Cannons are working on will come to that PlayStation 5 first or some shit.
There's that. There's definitely that. Project L.
I can't wait to feel like shit playing that game because it's made by evil scumbag corporation. Like, that's going to be great because Riot is like the worst.
Hear bad things. Hey, man. Strive.
Yeah? Yeah.
Evo 2021 is set for August.
No, it's not.
We'll see what happens.
That I like. No. Every event that is being scheduled to date, I look at and go, yeah, okay.
Well, no, I said Evo 2021 online is being set for August.
Okay, well, until Corona gets into the internet, we should be fine.
What I hope is they keep that rollback positive lineup.
Yeah.
Guilty Gear Strive confirmed, MK11, Street Fighter 5, Tekken 7, more games to be announced soon.
Strive would be the marquee game then, wouldn't it?
It certainly fucking would.
Because it's got the best online and it's the newest, and Guilty Gear's hot at Evo.
It certainly is. But if KI and Them's Fighting Herds and Skullgirls and all these other rollback games miss the shot they would have had because of last year, that would fucking suck. So I hope they find a way to keep that and honor that. And it would also be...
Every time we talk about this, I always look down, I always see the phrase, Tekken is 3.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, Harada. Why don't you make Tekken 4?
Because he's too busy in his bar interviewing Ken Kutaragi. I really do, and I hope they don't forget about the Marvel Legends tournament. That'd be fucking sick. That'd be super hype. Although, at this rate, maybe Max can fucking get something going with Twitch Rivals and just make it happen. Since he's, like, single-handedly fucking resurrecting the classics. Yeah. So that's what's going on with EVO. We talked a little bit about it at the top, but Lidia for Tekken 7, she cool. She punch. She president. Or prime minister, excuse me. Looks rad.
Why is her stage the beach?
It's a throwback to the older beach stage.
I know, but it's like, oh yes, the tropical beaches of Poland.
I think they just went for the nostalgia remix factor more so than like the unique new stage for the character factor.
Yeah, I guess.
From what was it? Yeah, Tekken 4. Yeah, Tekken 4. The weird one that no one talks about for good reason.
Don't like Tekken 4.
No one does. You're not supposed to.
Tekken 1 and 4 can just go die.
Okay, well, 1 gets to exist so that it, creates the legacy.
Yeah, well.
Lidia. So then, also, we got some details on that Squeenix game that was teased last year, the next gen demo fucking, what's the word I'm looking for?
You're talking about Forspoken?
Yeah, so Project Athia, when they showed it off, and I believe the reaction is, wow, that's a tech demo. Look at it, tech demo, go. Go, tech demo.
Ooh, shiny.
Yeah. So the tech demo now has a name beyond Project Athia. It's called Forspoken. And
I don't know much about it.
Well, they've found a title actor. Ella Balinska is the main character. They're doing the mocap and face capture with her and performance capture. But like the number one key feature on the list of this game is designed entirely for the PlayStation 5 system, harnessing the full power of the console to demonstrate Luminous Productions' philosophy and provide gaming experiences like never before. So it's like it's tech demo. PS5, we're pushing it. Yeah. We're making a game out of this demo.
We're gonna make it as shiny as it go.
Then they announced the latest Life is Strange True Colors. So
what insufferable teenage pieces
now
of shit will we give
here.
A superpower to this time?
You fucking listen here, all right? There is allowed to be at least one hipster ass fucking hippie franchise to shove in angsty teens with superpowers into. There is allowed to be one. Let it exist.
Do you value your toxic friendship with this absolute piece of garbage or everyone's lives? I know you'll make the right decision.
Shut up. She's just playing with the gun because she doesn't have anything to live for, man.
Oh, man. Oh, I fucking hate that character so much. And I hated them right away. Ugh.
I want to hang out on the train tracks. That's fun.
Ugh.
Yeah, so Life is Strange, True Colors. You know, you got the angst teen, you got the drama, you got the music, you got the superpowers. Her ability is to see and feel. She's
Empath.
empath, but isn't there a word for like the superpowered version of that?
Be telepathic.
I remember reading a word for like it's a mix. It's like it's telepathy, but anyway, I don't remember.
What is the power you were trying to describe?
Yeah, basically, yeah, like empath. Like being an empath is as the ability to feel other people's feelings, and but like that describes like a real thing, as opposed to like the superpowered version.
Yeah, no, the superpowered version is an empath.
Okay,
It was invented by Star Trek.
Okay.
You're going to be playing as Deanna Troi, so you'll look at a character screaming their ass off with a gun and go, "I feel a lot of anger coming from them."
Did the word, when you say it was invented by Star Trek, do you mean that we currently use it as a normal word for people that are sensitive to other people's feelings because of that?
No, empath is like
it's an English word.
It's
just
powered.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
People are empathetic. People have empathy. It's like you call someone an empath like you would call them a telepath.
Okay. So, because, yes, empathy and empathetic are the correct words, but I've heard people casually use the word empath in real life. But
they may, in fact, be huge nerds.
They're just nerding. It's just they like nerd talk.
Yeah, they may, in fact, be dweebs.
Gotcha. Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. Not having the source on that, I thought that it was just another way of saying empathetic, like extremely empathetic.
Hey, I gotta say, these power sets are getting shittier and shittier every game.
Yeah, it's a pretty far fall from Time Rewind. Like, but nothing compares to Time Rewind. Time fuckery is top tier.
Time Rewind isn't like, it wasn't just that you had Time Rewind, you had the best version of Time Rewind where you kept your relative position.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Exit the timeline, rewind, re-enter the timeline.
In 2, it's telekinesis, and that's pretty good. And this is like a souped up version of basic perception.
Yeah,
I can tell I can tell that they're really annoyed that I'm riding my longboard to work, and they wish that I fell off of it. And there's a lot of anger. A lot of anger. Maybe if I give them my mixtape from my emo core band, they will calm down.
No, maybe if I share some of my yerba mate. Yeah.
I'm feeling a lot of distrust. It might be because they're a Virgo and I'm a Capricorn, and the 6th planet's in alignment with my bullshit.
She's a new type.
Don't. No.
With a visual flair to it.
No. No, you don't get to be a new type unless that fucking horrible, like, that fucking stupid sound effect plays. that happens every time Amuro or any of the people just look at the view. Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't get to be a new type unless that sound effect plays.
So Life is Strange now exists as the folder to dump all of the, you know, the hipster game world into, and spin-offs exist and everything as well. So this is now a catch-all for this type of energy. And there should be a catch-all for this type of energy. There's nothing wrong with creating a place to redirect all of that, you know? It's kind of like...
Yeah, that place is called the dumpster.
When Palpatine created the rebellion so that all of those who were opposed to him would see a larger organized place to put that rebellion, and he could keep an eye on it. It's like that. If you put Life is Strange down and you let all of this energy pour into it, you can keep an eye on it.
Okay, hold on. Where Don't Nod? That's the developers?
Well, that's what I was going to bring up next. No, actually. This new one is being built by Deck 9 Games. And Don't Nod, who made the original, I believe, is up to some other shit. This is being made by a different dev.
Colorado?
Of course.
Portland's leaking.
Yo, you don't know about Denver?
I don't know about Denver.
They got the mountain air, man. You get way fucked up there. It's real thin.
I know I made this the reference to this earlier, but like there's an Onion article that I remember seeing years back, and it was social media manager tragically does not have a longboarding accident on his way to work. And it was a photo of the motherfucker riding his longboard down New York City streets with the fucking hair and the glasses and the fucking plaid, and like people near him were just like, fucking get hit by a car, goddamn motherfucker, right? And like it fills my heart every time I look at the Life is Strange shit. It fills it.
Oh, by the way, Denver, congrats on the drugs.
They do that, more drugs for Denver?
More drugs for Denver now.
I'd need more drugs if I lived in fucking Denver with these people.
You can do whatever the fuck you want. Yeah. You gotta make a place to contain it, and that's Life is Strange True Color. So, and I'll tell you this. What is Telltale up to these days? Not much.
They died.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Exactly. But this game formula continues in the form of Life is Strange, does it not? This style
and the people
game.
doing the Man of Medan and Little Hope.
Supermassive.
Supermassive, yeah. Shit. I had it's gone.
Another one?
No,
what are you thinking of? Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe Don't Nod is working on the next vampire game. You know?
You know the big twist with Chloe where you change time and things go bad for her? I wish I could have just leave the game right there.
Yeah.
Just like good.
Just keep that ending.
Problem solved right there. Oh, that's sad, huh? Oh.
I take it you didn't play Before the Storm.
I never got far into Life is Strange because I hate everyone in it so much.
Oh, well, you would be excited to know that the spin-off game is about Chloe.
Yeah, I'm aware.
Okay, all right. Cool.
Like, couldn't even get through the first episode because every single person in that, I'm like, oh, can I use my time powers to abort them?
I didn't hate everybody.
Go to make out point where their parents are conceiving them and just push that car right off the cliff.
I didn't hate everybody, but there was a lot of hateable people in that friend in that town. That much is clear. I hear episode 2 is pretty good though, with the 2 kids and the cop, with the brothers.
Yeah,
I hear episode 2
maybe.
was solid. Yeah. So that's Life is Strange. There you go.
I was just thinking the 4th Life is Strange game, like the power will be super speed, and it's like, wow, you can run 20% faster than the average person.
We just slowly becomes less and less impressive.
Well, because True Colors, like, you know what it's gonna be? It's gonna be some asshole giving like, oh, don't worry, I'll help you. And then the character's like, oh, he's not gonna help me. He's evil. But when is he going to show his true colors?
Oh my god.
And then the episode will end. And that
When
will be
you
the
use
end of episode 1.
No, someone else has powers. The power to hide their feelings so that she
Oh,
can't
you
read.
mean the ability to lie? What
Yes.
an incredible superpower.
But it shows a color glowing off of their body like Kenshiro. So that's how she knows who's telling the truth or not.
Wooly, I have to really grab a hold of this because you're not super familiar with Star Trek. But having your character be an empath is legitimately hilarious because it has been an ongoing like point of hilarity for decades that empaths in Star Trek are fucking worthless. They're complete garbage. They stand on the bridge and then some guy is being a lying asshole and then they turn the screen off and she goes, I sense a lot of deception, Captain. And it's like, yeah, the Romulans are lying about something. Yeah, we gathered that. Can you tell us what they're thinking like a real Betazoid? No, I can only sense emotions. Jesus, god damn it, Troy.
Bug Girl from Guardians of the Galaxy was pretty good though.
Yeah, but
Mantis?
she can change people's feelings. That's different.
She has to touch them though.
That's a form of telepathy. That's not just empathic.
Well, you're gonna get to tell who's lying and who's not by seeing the colors emanating off their bodies, and yes, then we get to 20% faster than an average person, man. And perhaps by part 5, we'll get you can drink as much coffee as you want without getting jitters.
Oh God, that's a. Ooh, I'll take that right now. Thank you.
How about that power? Yeah.
Oh. I have 30/20 vision. Oh, and does it shoot lasers? No.
Actually, you want to go lower. You want to have 10 on 20.
Oh, is that how that works? Oh, okay.
Or 2010 rather. What is going on with oh yeah, sure, why not? I put out a little tweet that got an Event Hub's post about it, but I got myself a copy of the collector's edition of Mark of the Wolves, which came with a
Don't you mean Mark of the Wharves, sir?
Correct. And it came with a nice little collection of soundtrack, art book, original arcade case. And in it, there's an interview where, I described that back in the day, in the Wii time of 1998, Oda, one of the producers working on many SNK games, and I believe some Street Fighter 2 down the line, Yasuyuki Oda, he was in LA, went to some form of theme park and got wet on a ride, and as he walked out, some little kid went, "Are you okay?" And then he went home and finished working on Terry Bogard.
And that's that.
That's how it happened. So, In the end, it was just a concentrated moment of extreme American English that just it burnt into him. And
like, did he scream out like burning in response?
I mean, I said this to Reggie earlier, but it's like the way everything about Terry is just short bursts of extreme concentrated English. You know, this kid yelling that at him with what must have been like tons of concern and passion, and he didn't quite fully get the context, but either way went, that is an American moment right there. And then came home and gave it to Terry Bogard. As they were designing the new super for him, which was going to be named God Twin Geyser, I believe, was an alternative option. They eventually decided on Buster Wolf. I'm glad they did. God Twin Geyser rules, but Buster Wolf is the best fucking name. And yeah, just forever, just think about some little kid, high-pitched voice, maybe like 8 or 9, just looking at someone coming off of a ride really wet and going, "Are you okay?" Good times.
So weird.
Wholesome.
Yes, wholesome, yes.
A couple other things getting announced. This happened a while ago, but forgot to bring it up. Slow Clap, the company that made Absolver, that really cool third-person kung fu dueling game, are making a single-player narrative-driven game that you can see the bones of Absolver behind it, and it's called Sifu.
Excuse me. And Absolver was like annihilated by its online structure, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, unfortunately, it got really like it was a cool idea on paper, but in execution, it got pretty repetitive. It was a matter of like you walk around the open world, you see people, you challenge them to duels, and the map was not that big, so you just kind of ended up running laps with people that were all like trying to get really cool moves, but very far away from them.
Yeah, the experience that I had people describe to me was that they loaded it in, and much like Dark Souls, the only people they could find in the starting area was the fucking killers who had gotten to the end game and were just like sitting around waiting to stomp all over them.
Yeah,
like, Jesus Christ.
But like the idea on paper was fucking rad, where it was like you see a move that you don't know and then you learn it by practicing it and defeating it and experiencing it. But on paper, as cool as that looks, in execution, it just meant that it was really hard to come across people that had cool shit. And moves didn't end up being as viral as they wanted them to be. And the idea that you could form schools of people with particular styles, all of that didn't really play out because there was a low player count, you know? But it had a really awesome like feel to parrying, dodging, armoring. You pick, you know, whether you want to dodge, parry, or absorb a hit, switch styles. Like, it was really solid 1v1. Reminded me of For Honor 1v1, you know? The dueling was pretty cool, but yeah, it just didn't have a system where you could get those moves through simply like leveling up and buying them or so. And a lot of these problems eventually kind of just made it like, you know, I went back in a couple times and really tried to get it going, but the you know, low population and then the small environments where you just kind of ran into the same people a bunch of times eventually just kind of made it unhype. But it sucks because the combat itself was really fun.
It's a whole genre of design when you're dealing with an online population and how to modify their behavior. And man, that's tough. Like, I'm just thinking back of I just went and made sure I knew what I was talking about. In Ultima Online, they had like animals walking around, and there
Mm-hmm.
was like a whole system where they would graze and they would hunt each other. And when the game went live, every player just killed every animal in the universe and just completely depopulated all squirrels and deer and bear, like fucking everything. And they're like, well, shit, we don't want people to do that. What do we do? Oh, make their parts worthless. Okay, didn't work. And there's
Mm-hmm.
a video Ars Technica put up of like just like the 10 different things that like just stop doing it.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, no, players, if players are given a fucking room
Mm-hmm.
where there's something to kill, they'll just kill it.
Mm-hmm. Isn't that also though where they ran into the problem of like people creating people's property taking up space, and you could like lock down areas and deny people the ability to go through certain paths in the world because you build a wall that no one can get through?
I'm not familiar with that one, but Ultima Online is like the most fucking busted shit ever. I wouldn't be surprised.
I remember hearing about like like people being able to like use property to deny access to areas of the map and some wild shit. So but yeah, so this game now from that same studio is just a straight up single player third person game that looks like an improved version of the combat system in Absolver, and it's called Sifu. And it looks like from the trailer, you go through the life of a martial artist. You start as a young kid, and you kind of
get
eventually,
old.
yeah, you get the facial hair, and you become a badass. And this style of game might suit them better. Admittedly, the multiplayer was like, it was fun for the dueling, but it was lost on a lot of people, I think. And again, it was highly conceptual. This might just be a better way to just straight up get people on board with the feel of your flow of your combat, and then you can work on another game after this that's like bringing together narrative and things that are like easily communicable. And then alongside some of the more like daring things they wanted to go for with their PvP. I respect the fuck out of Absolver. I really do. It's just an example of like sometimes how, the transition from paper to execution can
Just doesn't play out exactly how you thought it was going to.
Yeah. You don't account for everything in it, I like the idea of like learning something by observing other players in an online environment is very cool, and that should exist in some way, but it shouldn't be something as important as your move list.
Usually it's like something that you could have done the whole time. You just didn't know you could do it.
In terms of like a technique of some kind that like you see.
Yeah, like a technique, like an actual player technique rather than
right.
Like move.
Yeah. Like if there was some way to like account for, the population and the scarcity in that way, and make it so that, I don't know, perhaps two players that fight each other, in a set, after a certain amount of time, you both unlock a move together, or something like that, to just kind of make it so that you don't just run into this like VIP problem,
Yeah,
anyway.
and that move is kiss.
Sure. So yeah, Sifu looks pretty fucking sick.
Sure does.
Mm-hmm. Alongside,
good theme too.
Yeah, definitely. That was when I did some early Wing Chun. We had a Sifu that would teach us. Galahad 3093.
What?
Is a mecha hero shooter, 32 players, third person, jump jets, guns, boosts, lances, melee. I'm gonna retweet it right now.
I'm gonna add this to the wish list.
Look at this fucking thing immediately. Also, Galahad 3093. It's gonna be an open beta, and I believe you can apply to even to touch it based on a mecha version of King Arthur.
Yeah, I gathered that.
The name kind of spells that out.
A little bit.
It's open beta is actually gonna it's already started, and it's gonna continue until the 28th. You can sign up to give it a shot. But in the meantime, you can go check it out. There's a Steam page for it. It looks fucking sick. Very, very down. Wait, sorry, not third person, first person.
Yeah.
I had fun with Hawken for the the moment that it was here.
Also, yes. Man, Hawken just dripping with style.
Also dripping with fucking micro transactions.
It sure was. It sure was.
Dripping with fucking wallet robbing bullshit, but also style. Yeah, so this is Galahad 3093. Just throw that on the quick list there. And that's pretty much it. The only other thing would be if we turn our attention over to Taiwan.
What's up with Taiwan?
We can look to the latest chapter in the Turok Shadowman baby marketing saga.
There it is. Okay. My brain took a second to catch up.
Taiwan was engulfed in Salmon chaos as this week more than 300 people legally changed their names to Salmon to take advantage of a promotion at a sushi chain. A thread. On Wednesday and Thursday, Taiwanese conveyor belt sushi chain Sushiro ran a promotion called Returning Salmon Love Festival, an elaborate pun on the Chinese word for returning, which also sounds like salmon returning to their spawning ground. Mm-hmm. The word for salmon is pronounced, I'm not going to get this correct, but...
Spell it instead.
G-U-I-Y-U. People with a Chinese character in their name pronounced, I guess, gui, or... there's 4 possible intonations that make a huge difference here, guys. I don't know whether it's the gui, the down up, the straight, the high, I don't know which one, but gui or you got 10% off, and people with 2 characters pronounced gui or you got 50% off. People with the exact same characters ate for free. Sushiro required a national ID card as evidence, but it turns out that it's extremely easy and cheap to legally change your name in Taiwan.
Really?
It only costs $3 US or $80 NTD, and this led to dozens of people rushing out to change their names, like this person who changed their name to Salmon Liu. While many simply renamed themselves Salmon, others got more creative, such as Whirlpool Naruto Salmon Xie and Die Together Like Salmon Pan, punning on the Chinese idiom for perishing together.
That's pretty funny.
One certain Mr. Chen decided to put a whole bunch of other food in his new name as well in case of future promotions, becoming nearly untranslatable. And yes, it is a paragraph of a name on his ID card with an official lamination and everything.
This is great. That's great.
Yeah. So many members of the newly constituted Taiwanese salmon gang reported eating sushi for all 6 meals on Wednesday and Thursday. One reported eating 15 times in order to make the most of their new moniker and $3 investment, leading to long lines at Sushiro.
Yeah, no shit.
Some staff complained that since the sushi was free, the salmon gang only ate the fish and wasted tons of rice. And there's a photo of a mountain of rice untouched in these bowls here. Tragedy also struck for some salmon gang members, such as this medical student who didn't realize that the law only allows people to change their name 3 times ever. Out of name changes, he is stuck with his new name, Salmon Dream Chang.
Oh no! Oh no!
However,
one too.
However, a lawyer read about Mr. Chang's plight and pointed out a loophole in the law whereby if Mr. Chang and his father have the exact same name, he's still allowed to change it.
So he's got to convince his dad to change his name to
So
Salmon
if
Dream
his
Chang?
dad changes his name to Salmon Dream, then he gets to change his name back, and then his dad can use his name change as long as he still has some left.
Oh my god, if I was the dad, I would never. I would never do it.
Yo.
I would be like, you must live as Salmon Dream for 1 year.
Dude, Taiwan is popping off. So the government officials urged restraint, bemoaning the wasted labor and unnecessary paperwork for frivolous name changes that involves like laminating, printing new cards, and going through the whole process. They had urged citizens to cherish administrative resources. But despite all the chaos and the free sushi, Sushiro seems to consider the promotion a success and is reportedly debating whether its next promotion should be based on tuna or eel.
Well, it's made worldwide news, so I would assume it's a success.
Absolute success. Yes. Yeah. Salmon Dream Chang used up his last name change on the server.
If I told my dad that if I had changed my name to Beef Master Prime or some shit, and I needed him to change it to get my name back, he might literally die from laughter. and he would not do it.
Desperately, you have to beg him to change his name because you're using 2, right? You're asking your dad to use 2 of his 3 name changes.
Well, what if he's already done it twice?
Then you are in fact fucked, unless your father is so selfless that he decides to take the shame on for you and lets you reclaim your name.
And then he gets the free salmon.
And then he becomes Salmon Dream. Yes.
Man, this is
unless you call Grandpa.
This is legit one of the most short-sighted things I have ever heard of.
So
step 1 of changing your name. Well, what if you get stuck with the new name? Oh, don't worry about it. No, I think you should worry about it a little.
But actually, step 1 of the the promotion is yeah, whatever. It's a dumb naming thing again, meant to just get whoever happens to fall in that category. But the simple thing where it's oh yeah, and just for some reason, it's super easy here. It costs $3 and it takes an hour of your day. Just head on down, hand in the paper, and then they'll print up your new ID and your name is officially changed. Fuck, that's changed. It's worth it for $3 to eat all the fucking fish you want, all the sushi for free for the entire promotion until you switch it back. Wild. Free sushi.
The Turok babies didn't even get a free dinosaur.
They didn't. Those Shadow Men kids got they didn't get, what? What they go?
No, Shadow Man was dead people, dude.
Oh yeah, sure. And
Shadow Man was on your grave.
Turok was the baby, and then there was the tattoo. Which one was the tattoo?
Oh,
there was a tattoo marketing. Taco Bell, I think it might have been Taco Bell.
I mean, Cash for Gold had that thing where they kept offering people to tattoo their fucking foreheads.
I want to say Taco Bell had a tattoo promotion and a I always remember this one for some weird reason, but it was a buoy in the middle of the ocean was put under a insane insurance plan, and then when the ISS or Sputnik rather was crashing back to Earth, it was in the possible range of being hit by the satellite.
That's
so
so dumb.
The amount of money that they would get paid off by the insurance if the satellite landed on this buoy in the ocean would have allowed the entire country to get a free taco for a day or something like that.
I now remember what the worst one was. And it was one that...
Yeah.
It was one that the company that ran the promotion got fucking rung up in court, and they super lost and super backed down. A claim was... God, was it for Burnout? I want to say it was for Burnout. Was like, hey, prove to us that you bought a copy of Burnout and we'll pay your speeding tickets.
Oh my God. Right. This bloodvertising game, man.
And like the instant that happened, like all these municipal governments in the US were like, are you telling people they can speed no problem, motherfucker? Are you fucking insane?
Here's your copy of Mafia 2, complete with a real pair of brass knucks.
That they sent to all the journos in San Francisco where owning a pair of brass knucks is like a felony.
Yeah. So yeah, that's good. That's good shit. That's good shit.
Stop it. Stop doing it.
I mean, to me, 3 name changes is pretty fucking generous, to be honest.
You should probably only need 1, man.
I mean, you would think, right? Like, so generally, what are name changing affairs, right? So marriage, trans, perhaps like
hiding from your dirtbag ex-spouse,
or witness protection, right?
Yeah,
those are the 3 big ones.
Yeah.
If you happen to need all 3 in your life, you have an amazing life. But
I wouldn't consider being put into witness protection amazing.
No, I mean, like, literally in the literal sense of the word. I would be amazed by the life you'd lead, and I would love to hear the story.
Classical amazing.
Yes. I would be very interested in hearing your story if you had to do all 3 of those things. But using up 3 for, someone who, like, in general, most people likely wouldn't have that. It's like, that's a generous number of easy-ass name changes to offer.
It's for the lulz, man. It's for the lulz.
All right, let's take some emails.
Hey, if you want to send an email in, send it down to castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. That's castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com.
Okay, we got one coming in. Adam says, CAPTCHA trickery. Hey, Pat and Wooly, heard you talking about the image version of CAPTCHA and wondered if you knew the seedy underbelly that is online verification. Did you know that you have secretly been programming self-driving cars for years now? And there's a video here that sheds more light on it, harnessing the power of illegal downloads and video streaming to create answer sheets for next-gen Tesla. Perfect examples of if you can't beat them, put them to work. Dude, the bicycles, the recognition of fucking stop signs, and all of that shit is training self-driving cars. And suddenly, all of those photos make perfect sense.
Oh, well, if it helps somebody not get hit by a car, I mean, that's a positive.
Yeah. But, like, the whole time, that's why they're all based on just, like, random photo of a street or, you know, outdoor life, and, like, identify all of the, like, parking cones or bicycles or oftentimes, fire hydrants, you know? That's what we've been doing the whole time.
That makes sense.
Machine learning on self-driving cars. Crazy.
This means, man, this is the third time I'm going back to it. If it ever says, please select all the quadrants that has a longboard in it, I'm just going to click on the sky.
Then you won't get into your site.
It's worth it. Eventually it'll wrap around to some stop signs.
Rad says, hey, Pat and Wooly, from a few months ago, I picked up PSO2 after a hiatus and a horrible launch, sunk many hours in. Great time exploring, using giant swords to fight dragons while studying their movement to dodge attacks. Love the game, had a good time. Skip forward to Monster Hunter Rise, and me exploring the demo using giant swords, fighting huge dragons, studying their movement to dodge attacks. Despite being totally different games, they're somewhat close, and my brain doesn't seem to understand that I'm constantly hitting the wrong buttons all the time, using up consumables. Have you had muscle memory from one game completely mess you up in another?
Oh, yeah,
As
totally.
we speak, I am switching frequently, almost daily, between Sekiro and Nioh.
Oh, dude. Oh, jeez.
And I am getting fucking pulled on a goddamn fucking journey because my brain is, like, sorting between trigger attacks and face button attacks. But more than anything is healing on one game is up on the D-pad. Healing in the other game is down on the D-pad. And dodge and dodge sprint in one game is on X, and dodge sprint in the other game is on fucking circle. And then you end up jumping instead. So a bunch of times where I mean to dodge, I'm jumping because it's just going back and fucking forth constantly. I'm getting super tripped up by it.
For 6 months after every Final Fantasy XIV expansion comes out, my brain says that triangle is jump button in every game.
Yeah.
Or Y on the Xbox.
Yeah.
It just says that's what jump is in every game you play, and it is almost never jump.
I can change those buttons, but I've spent a lot of time in those respective games on those controls, and I don't dislike them. It's just the playing of them right next to each other that's fucking me up. If I were to go switch one over to the other, I would probably, in the end, be more like... it would be... I've spent so much time with this default setting that it would be probably weirder in the long run, trying to make them match each other. The rebinding of it. But yeah, that's definitely happening to me right now. It's fine. I'm learning to deal. It takes me a minute to switch over and then just work it out. We got one here coming from Mateus. Says, "Hey, Beast Knights, seeing a lot of people talking about their experience of owning a new generation console. Lots of people seem to be having problems with the equipment. I'm mostly a PC gamer. Last few years, it was smooth for the platform compared to problems in the past. I was fighting IRQ conflicts in DOS when I was just a kid. So I remember since the 360 and PS3 gen, there's always been teething moments, but it feels last gen was particularly rough. Are these consoles early access? Is it a rough period that lasts a bit longer this time, considering PS5 gets an SSD upgrade so long down the tube?
No.
Yeah, I would definitely say that we've had an alternating history of amazing launches and awful launches alternating between generations.
I think the reason that this one looks a little rougher is because so few people are actually getting a hold of these consoles. And so the problem stuff is a lot louder than it usually would have been compared to I have a PS5 instead of I don't have a fucking PS5.
Mm-hmm. That's part of it. Also, the internet has a surprisingly short memory. Despite the fact that it has a very long infinite memory, it also has a very short memory. And what I mean by that is, like, there are times when the tide changes that everyone kind of forgets about. When the PS3 launched and the meme was $6.99 or $5.99 USD or whatever, the PS3 was generally not liked. People were like, fuck that expensive shit. That's insane. Guns of the Patriots is the only thing you're pushing. It
was more expensive than the 360 despite offering worse performance in a lot of cases.
And yeah, it was a rough go, even though over time the sheer volume of game releases just evened it all out, and then it became an essential, you know? Not every generation started as smoothly as they end, because they often end with a full library that you can look back on and go, damn, look at all that, you know? I mean, certainly not for Nintendo, but like for PlayStation, you can usually look back and go like fucking thousands of games, like wow. But there's a lot of times too when you just think like, yeah, but at launch people were like, fuck that, I'm waiting for way more games than just this handful, you know. Also, there's going to be hardware problems, and I might have to return it or get Red Ring of Death, you know, which again, that was plaguing 360 as well. Like, the tide turns, and in the long run, oftentimes like that initial feeling of like fuck this thing, if it 180s due to just like more releases and cleanup over time, I feel like sometimes the internet forgets about those initial rough periods.
Like, I cannot imagine any console durability issue ever being even half as bad as the Red Ring. The Red Ring was 100% of all consoles will die within 3 years.
Over time. Mm-hmm.
Like Dreamcast, yeah, they'll die eventually. But like fucking Xbox 360s were like, I don't know a single person who had one that didn't have to return it.
Yeah, that's 100%. Cheapest Blu-ray player on the market absolutely was a thing. When PS3 dropped as well. I forgot about that aspect too. Fuck, I mean, the Wii and the promise of it becoming a DVD player, which just never happened, even though it was
happened.
It was there. It's like software wise, they just had to make it available, and then they just said fuck you. Like, what is the downside? What is the downside to giving people more function to their console? Probably. Actually, yeah. In fact, that's almost guaranteed to be what it was. It was
like $12 per unit to play DVDs. Like,
yes.
Fuck it.
Yeah. There was a group called the DVD ROM Collective or something like that. That was a collection of companies that you had to pay royalties to. Totally. I believe I remember hearing about that back in the day for anyone that wanted to be a player. Yeah. Yeah, don't forget the tide turns on these things, man.
Don't forget wrapping your 360 in a blanket.
Oh, to melt the fucking... to heat it up so much that it melts the insides and it temporarily works again.
That's right.
Oh, Jesus. Fucking hell, man. Yeah. The original Elite Gray.
Oh.
Um,
Never again, Xbox. I mean,
Last one
like,
coming
don't do that
in
again.
from Six says, "Hey fellas, Six here. Wanted to ask, what's the most unorthodox feature you've seen in a video game? My examples are technically four, but it's mainly about Budokai Tenkaichi 3. In DBZ Budokai 3, you could level up characters in the story mode and Dragon Arena, and when you did, a random pop-up of numbers, letters, and symbols would appear on the screen. Turns out it was a password that could be entered in Tenkaichi 3 to gain access to stronger versions of those characters. Considering those passwords existed before Tenkaichi 3 was even a glimmer in anyone's eyes, I'm wondering if the devs were thinking about that ahead of the 3D games. You could also use disk fusion to insert Tenkaichi 1 and 2 while the game was still running and to unlock game modes in BT3. Do you know any techniques that were as odd as those? A couple of games over time had some shit like that for sure. Didn't Golden Sun have a password system to send your save effectively through password stat to Golden Sun 2, I believe?
I have no idea.
Yeah, I think Golden Sun gave you a literal password to enter so that you could pick up where you left off with your character in Golden Sun 2. I would say top of my list probably goes to Bionic Commando for the Game Boy Color, which featured a remote control menu where you could use the IR sensor on the Game Boy Color to control a TV by cycling through various channels and signals, and you could eventually program your Game Boy to control the volume, channel, and settings on your television like a universal remote. Specifically, if you're running Bionic Commando and you're sitting in that specific menu. Weirdest shit ever, but it strikes me as the kind of thing that a board programmer figured out and said, hey, why the fuck not? Let me put this in this game. Can't hurt. Doesn't fail any compliance issues. There it is.
I have two. One is X-Men on the Genesis. You hit level 5, and they tell you to reset the computer, and you have to reset your Sega Genesis to get to the final level. Which
Wasn't
is like
that copy protection?
I don't know. But I do
feel
know
like
that
I heard a story about
told
that
you
being
about
copy
it,
protection.
it blew your fucking mind because it's the most aggressive, like, fucking non-compliant shit ever.
Mm.
And you couldn't do it on the Nomad, which made that game uncompletable on the Nomad.
Mm.
But probably the fucking most unorthodox, shit-headed fucking feature I can think of is Bokhtai's Sun Sensor for the Game Boy Advance.
Yeah.
Because Boktai came out when most people still had Game Boy Advances. So in order to charge your gun, you had to play it outside, but the Game Boy Advance did not have a fucking backlight. So, like, Jesus shit.
Play in the sun where you can't see your screen.
Like, god damn it.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck are you? You're so stupid.
Yeah, the Res Trans Vibrator was some wild shit. Eventually, it just became controller rumble. But
yeah,
you have to understand that before it was a controller rumble feature, it was literally just a PlayStation plugged peripheral that was a black box and it would vibrate. And that's all it did.
Why'd they include the trans vibrator with trance on the Dreamcast and PS2?
So that a second player could join in on the fun.
That's not why. Wasn't the official reason was so your girlfriend wouldn't get bored while you were playing Res?
No, that was the joke.
Oh, that was the joke? Oh, man. I was hoping that was the official because that's way funnier.
And then that led to, I think, the first Res re-release when it came out for the 360. And then there was I want to say a Penny Arcade comic where they were like, okay, time to fit as many Rumble 360 controllers in our pants as possible. Because now all 4 players can get Rumble at the same time as you play Res. There you go.
That Boktai shit was so fucking stupid. Game Boy Advance. What the... Why? Man! The Game Boy Advance had no backlight, and then the fucking SP had no headphone jack. What the fuck were they thinking?
Or enough clearance for anyone with, like, fucking, I don't know, man hands to press those trigger buttons.
Yeah, luckily I have bitch hands. I have tiny baby child hands, so it was not much of an issue.
God, I was suffering through Mega Man Zero on that thing. Suffering. I had to click them with the knuckle, the underside of my knuckles.
Oh, that's weird.
I hate that. That's where my fingers got to on the fucking thing. Anyway. Yeah, so that'll do her. That's a pod.
That's a pod. Done it.
Put it in the fucking archives.
Let's go live in that pod.
Yeah. As usual, if you made it this far, congratulations. I can't believe you went all this way. So this is usually for no one. But hey, if you are around, coming up, Wooly Versus, we're going to be jumping into No Straight Roads, as well as continuing Like a Dragon and Sekiro. And then, fighting games coming up on Saturday. I'm going to see. I think there might be an opportunity to start that new version of the show I was describing. And shout outs to Dipod for the great name. Fantastic idea. What we're going to be doing with Get Into Fighting Games is we're going to try and see if we can bring on people who've never played, and literally we're going to walk them through the learning process of getting into literally a fighting game. And, the name Dipod suggested was Get Into Fighting Games, The Newcomers. And I was like, fuck yeah.
Oh, that's good. I like that.
Get that Real Bout reference in there. So all of that coming up on Wooly Versus, YouTube and Twitch.
Go there. Watch that. It's good, probably.
You gonna do your
If
thing?
you want some trash, if you want some trash instead, you come over to my house over at twitch.tv/PatStaresAt. It's a fucking stupid week this week. It's Doom, Kenshi, Fortnite, and Monster Hunter. Not in that order. I screwed the order up.
There you go. And now I return to the pachinko mines.
Off he goes.